one. If one day you wake up as a woman, what would you do?
I'll close my eyes and go back to sleep.
All right. When you're getting frustrated during a game, what's the crazy?
A very good evening from the International Hockey Stadium in Raipur. The crowds have come out in their numbers for what will be India's final game of the Hero Hockey World League Finals. They say that you lose gold in the final, but you win bronze. Netherlands and India are playing off for the bronze medal. Who will be victorious in an hour's time? Great to see so many people inside the stadium. India was so close to making it to a first senior final for almost 30 years. Just going down last night by 1-0 against Belgium. They have to pick themselves up now and try and get the bronze medal out of the grasp of the Netherlands, who were defeated in their semi-final by 3-2 against Australia. Netherlands were the defending champions here at the Hero Hockey World League Finals. The best they can hope for now is a bronze medal. As the VIP makes his way forward to meet the two captains and the umpires, our very important person this evening is Rajesh Minai from the Minister of Public Works of the Chhattisgarh government. We will now pause, as we do in every game, for the national anthems. And the first national anthem will be that of the Netherlands, Wilhelmus. And now the national anthem of India, Jana Gana Mana. Applause from the bench for the national anthem. Players shake hands before they prepare to get underway. Take a look at the Netherlands lineup. Well, they've been rotating their goalkeeper through the tournament, so Perman Black starts under the bar for them. At the back, Robert van den Horst has been a key player throughout the tournament and is a player favoured to maybe win the player of the tournament. Mink van der Weerden is always dangerous from penalty corners. In the midfield, well, Jonker's been on the score sheet for the Netherlands. He has 2 goals to his name, and Valentin Verger is always busy and causing trouble to both the midfield and the defence of his opponents. Up front, Jeroen Hertzberger has been more creator than scorer in this tournament, but Thierry Brinkman, the young man, has shown that he is quite capable of playing at this level. Now take a look at the India lineup. Srijesh under the bar. Their defensive line, Barindra Lakra, Rupinder Pal, they're the rocks in the middle, and Jasjeet and Kotajit will be looking to get forward wherever they can. Sardar is the linchpin in the midfield. Manpreet and him need to combine well so that India have the momentum going forward. A really potent strike force, SV Sunil, Ramandeep and Mohammad Amir. Well, there's plenty of goals there if they can bring their first touch up to the level it needs to be at international level. Our umpires for this match, Adam Kearns from Australia and Paul Walker from Great Britain. The video umpire will be Andy Mayer from Scotland. Coach of India, Roland Altmans, trying to get some consistency to the performances of the Indian team. Certainly they played well since the quarterfinals. India push back and get the bronze medal match underway, wearing their familiar blue strip against the familiar orange of the Netherlands. I'm Ashley Morrison, and alongside me in commentary today is double Olympian and former captain of India, Jagbir Singh. Jagbir, welcome, and this is a big game for India. It may be a bronze medal playoff, but they still want to win it.
Well, thanks, Ashley. Definitely everything to fight for India, playing at home and the way they played against Belgium, except for the first half.
Van der Shoot trying to get along on the baseline for India, comes back to Valentin Verga. Verga always so lively. Good touch from SV Sunil, putting pressure on Sherman. Sherman, though, managed to pull away, and there's a good ball into the circle, but it's just too far away from Hertzberger.
This first quarter is always a crucial time for India, especially in terms of defense. They've got to be very cautious. Man-to-man marking, not only man-to-man, but also cover-up is required at all times by the Indian defense, who has actually stood tall against Belgium yesterday, not even conceding one penalty corner throughout 60 minutes.
Well, that was great discipline, but the downside of that, Jagbir, was they didn't manage to win one either.
Yeah, this has been an area of concern for the Indian side, having three good drag flickers and not even one single penalty corner they could earn in the previous match.
Manpreet drills the ball into the circle. SV Sunil working hard. It's got a long corner for India. In fact, no, he's not. It's gone the other way.
Well, Manpreet Singh was a cross, but none of the defenders, none of the attackers, in fact, were in front of the defenders to get that ball released or reach the strikers in front of the goal.
Well, I have to say, Paul Walker got that absolutely right. SV Sunil gave him a real death stare, but it was definitely the right decision. That's off the feet of Manpreet, so it will be a Netherlands free hit. Berger, good pass forward, finds Kellerman. Kellerman shoots. Ball was actually trying to aim for the front post where Brinkman was making a good run.
Well, India needs to be cautious in the centre midfield area. These diagonal passes, which the Dutch love to play against India, Rupinder Pal will have to provide that cover.
You mentioned the penalty corners and not managing to win them. If you look at the forward line here, they're a very aggressive forward line that like to run into the D, whereas Nitin Tamar and Yuvraj Valmiki, who are not in the squad at the moment, Nitin's injured, but to me, they are players that will win you those penalty corners.
Exactly, and this is high time that we need players who can win you matches rather than play the matches for India, because what matters the most is how much can you show your creativity inside the circle.
Netherlands coming forward with Jonker. Jonker to Brinkman. Brinkman along the baseline, looking to get it across. Jasjeet did well. The ball ricochets up off Brinkman's stick. And then Jasjeet just forward drives it into the side. Just a slip, and India will get the chance to carry away. Rupinder Pal looks for the aerial and fires it up the pitch. Robert van den Horst gets a crucial touch, but Ramandeep looked as if he was going to get it. Takes a tumble. Strong challenge in the back from Floris van der Linden, but play on was the call. Van den Horst goes into the D, looks to just slip the ball onto the foot. Didn't manage to find it. Good defending again from India. It's end-to-end stuff. We've only just started this bronze medal match.
Well, in the previous match, Netherlands took 36 minutes before they could get one goal for India against India. And now the way they've been pressurizing Indian defense.
SV Sunil now takes a tumble.
Well, it wasn't an intentional one, so no problem for the umpire.
Manpreet losing possession in the corner, and now it's the Netherlands that throw an aerial pass. Brinkman's going to chase it. Srijesh comes to the edge of his circle and then just lets the ball run over the baseline. Talvinder gets a good ball on the 23-metre line. Closed down, though, immediately. Looks to get the free hit. Sardar makes his way forward. The longer India can hold the Netherlands out and maybe sneak a goal. Crowd is a good one here in Raipur. They are desperate to see an India victory. Great scenes here last night. World ranked number 2, the Netherlands, against world ranked number 6, India. And if we look, Jagbir, again, India, the 3rd lowest ranked team in the tournament. So they've done well to be in the bronze medal playoff with all the top teams in the world taking part here.
Well, definitely, I would say it's always good to play the top teams, and also reaching at this stage. They've been very unlucky at very short period of the matches throughout. Otherwise, given the match they played against Germany, except for Argentina, the match they played against Netherlands, the first half was impressive, and also the one they played previously against Belgium.
Netherlands trying to find a way through at the moment. Bovender just laying the ball back to Billy Bakker. Billy Bakker, who wanted to actually have the number 88 on his shirt, so it looked like his initials. That application was rejected, so he just has the one number 8. Vanden Horst carries forward now for the Netherlands. Looks to go past Chinglansana, does so, but he can't get past Rupinder Paul. Bakker now for the Netherlands, looking for options. Goes backwards. It's a poor touch from Floris van der Linden. Don't see that too often, and a strong challenge coming up. The good thing for Indian fans is they're not taking a step backwards. They are really trying to match the physicality of the Netherlands. Almost stolen by Chinglansana. In fact, free hit goes his way.
More than 7 minutes into the first quarter, but all the attacks from the Netherlands coming in from the center. They would like to exploit the center midfield which is available, and also the last line of defense, keeping one man always ahead when they have the ball.
Raghunath will be itching for a chance from a penalty corner. Open the scoring against Great Britain with a wonderful drag flick. Just hasn't had that many opportunities. In fact, India have won the least penalty corners in the tournament. And that's okay if you're scoring field goals, but that too they found a little bit difficult in this tournament, but they have been playing against some of the best defences in the world. Akashdeep tries to get round the back of the Netherlands defence. Comes back to Dharamveer. He drills it forward, ricocheted up. Wasn't dangerous, and I have to agree with the umpire. There wasn't an Indian player in the vicinity, and the ball was played up into the air off the Dutch stick. Manpreet plays on. Looks for a foot. Didn't get it. Again, Netherlands clear their lines.
Well, at this time, I was expecting the attackers at least to rush towards the defender. The moment the ball is in the air, you get fraction of a second when you can put that pressure on the defender. At least if not dangerous, they would get something out of it. But staying away and making no efforts is no good use at all.
Well, it also puts pressure on the umpire to make a decision, doesn't it? Jagbir's Jeroen Hertzberger finds Verger. Verger on the reverse, tries a shot fired across, hit the feet of Jasjit, I thought, but advantage has been played. It is a goal. The Netherlands have opened the scoring, and it was just too much pressure for India to clear, and Mirko Prisa has the opening goal of the bronze medal match.
He Even though there were many blue shirts, there were a lot of defenders around supporting Sweetie, but not so many stakes down on the floor, not so much of aggression to get that ball back from the Dutch attackers. Hertzberger taking his own time, moving inside the circle, but no pressure coming in from the Indian defenders, though they were surrounding Sweetie, but none of them was looking at the ball or the player who could take the final strike, and Cruiser scoring the first one.
Straight over to the bench for a well-earned breather. So India are going to have to come from behind. Haven't been able to do that so far in this tournament. Akashdeep losing out. Now it's Dharamveer. Comes back to Raghunath, who's switched sides. Jasjeet. Drilled into the circle. Again, Robert van den Horst is there. Run back inside. Danish Mustafa going all the way. Perman Black makes the save, but the whistle had gone already. He wasn't to know that and had to make the save.
Well, this is the optimism the attackers have to show. This is the aggression they have to show inside the circle. With the skills they have, dodging past Danish Mustafa, though the ball gets strike his right foot. Otherwise, it was a good opportunity. Good effort, though. Many more to be repeated in case India wants to get back into this match.
Danish Mustafa, whose grandfather was Idris Ahmed and his father Atif Idris, were known dribblers from the UP Uttar Pradesh region, where they're renowned for their midfield skills.
I remember, Ashley, there is a sports hostel in Lucknow, and Uttar Pradesh was known as hockey nursery. There was time when 9 to 10 players played for junior India. They were playing for the national team, and 9 to 10 players were from Lucknow, from Uttar Pradesh.
Danish Mustafa continuing the tradition. Who played into Ramandeep. Crowd go very quiet. Mink van der Weerden trying to find a way down the right-hand side. There will be a card issued. Danish Mustafa now spending 2 minutes on the side. India just need to watch those cards, because the Netherlands are just as likely to exploit the extra man. And they just played on a little bit too quickly, so we're back where we started. Verga. Come back to the captain, Robert van den Horst, and will try to sweep it out onto the left, where Turkstra plays the ball forward. A nice touch from Hertzberger, but India have taken possession back. Now it's Manpreet. No support on the left. Has to come back to the right-hand side. Looking to play the ball forward, but just not enough strength was Barindra Lakra. Netherlands easily bringing it out of defence, keeping it in play. No, it just dribbled over the line on the far side. Jonker looks a little bit disconsolate, disappointed with himself. Linda Powell. Barindra Lakra. Lakra again, who's had a solid tournament. Probably one of the most reliable players within the Indian lineup, in my opinion, Jagbir.
That's right, the amount of confidence he has and the patience he has whenever he gets the ball, or whenever he has to distribute the ball or share the ball with his fellow players. That's the confidence which is required in each player, and the more the merrier. Many players, especially in the midfield and defense.
Aerial pass, Raghunath. Well, I think that just clipped his hip. Just kind of turned away slightly. Netherlands looked to play on quickly. It was a ball from Kellerman infield, but it comes back out onto the left-hand flank. Mink van der Weerden will sweep across. No, he won't. He comes back to Van den Horst. Good pressure from India. Hertzberger skips past the first challenge. Can't get past Raghunath, who's penalised. Played on quickly, but from the wrong spot. Probably a chance goes begging for the Netherlands, because they wanted to get on with it quickly and catch India's defence a little bit out of position. Van den Horst takes responsibility. Strong challenge from Deep it was. It will be a long corner for the Netherlands.
Well, once again, the same attacking coming in from the centre side.
Comes to, well, it didn't quite make it to Sevi Van As. He lets the ball run over, and another long corner for the Netherlands. 2 balls on the pitch. Robert van den Horst just waits as Joop de Mol plays it out. Van den Horst tries to run past his opposite number, Sardar Singh. Jonker miscontrols at the top of the D. Talvinder carries forward. He's going to get closed down. He's done very well to pull away from 2 defenders. Finds SV Sunil. SV Sunil's got pace to burn. Defender sticks with him all the way. Joop de Mol, the youngster. Ball comes off the foot, but it's the foot of an Indian player. Talvinder couldn't get his feet out of the way, but the good thing was he got ahead of the defender.
That's right, Sunil with that run, 20 to 25 yards run, and none of the attackers there to support, though Talvinder was trying to receive that ball ahead, but he could have positioned himself much before. There was not much of efforts by the other forward line. This was one of the key areas which India has been looking at.
We talked in one of the other games, I'm not sure if it was you, Jagbir, or Cedric D'Souza, about Indian attackers have to get in front of the defenders. At least Talvinder did there. Sevi Van As plays it into the circle. Strong defending again by Danish Mustafa, back on the pitch after its 2-minute suspension. SV Sunil goes charging up, chased by Sevi Van As and backed up by Joop de Mol. We're in the final 20 seconds of the first quarter. Netherlands winning this bronze medal match by 1-0 at the moment. That's extremely wayward from SV Sunil. Tushar Khandekar watching on from the side, the assistant coach to Roland Altmans. Hooter goes, and that is the end of the first quarter. First goal of the match scored by Mirko Priese, giving the Netherlands the lead. Score at the first break is one that favours the Netherlands. It is Netherlands 1, India 0. Take a look at the highlights now from the first half. Jeroen Hertzberger creating some space at the top of the circle. And it was Valentin Verger trying to play the ball to the back post. It was cleared only to the top of the circle. Hertzberger fired it back in. And Mirko Priese was there and beat 2 defenders and Srijesh to open the scoring for the Netherlands. Danish Mustafa went on a surging run into the circle, but good defending, just saw the ball jabbed onto his foot, even though he forced a save from Permin Black. SV Sunil, well, he could have got a free hit for that hand in the back from Joop de Mol. Tried to fire it across the circle. Talvinder was there ahead of the defender, but the ball ricocheted off his foot. Take a look at the stats from that first quarter. And Jagbir, circle entries and shots again, the Netherlands very dominant.
They look very much dominant, and the other part about the circle entries, it has to be more proactive from the attacking side. India has been reaching the striking circle more often in the earlier matches also, but the creativity, what are they looking at? They are looking for a penalty corner, and to look for a penalty corner, the ball has to be in control. The efforts which Danish Mustafa made had to be repeated more often.
1-0 to the Netherlands after the first quarter. India pushed back to get the second quarter underway. Can they find a goal before the long break? Oh, it would mean so much to them in the lead up to the Rio Olympic Games if they could leave here with a medal, albeit bronze, around their necks. All part of the preparation for the big picture, which is the Olympic Games. Jagbir, you've been there. It's a special moment, and obviously trying to get on the podium, though, is very, very difficult.
So I was a young lad, 20 to 23 years old when I went for 1988 Olympic Games, and it's a different feeling altogether. It is something which one player would always dream come true. The amount of exposure now which is available to players wasn't available then.
You're still a bit of a superstar, though, I'm sure. Netherlands trying to deflect it into the circle. Instead, they get another free hit. Billy Bakker makes his way forward. Danger for India. Bakker self-passes. Dribbling, manages to get round the back. Bakker along the baseline, fires it back. Well, it was missed. And Sardar will carry the ball away. Manages to find Ramandeep. Ramandeep, good pass to SV Sunil. SV Sunil just yopped Demal to beat. Demal's done well and run out of play.
Because the second time Demal has actually, this is the earlier one, Billy Bakker moving. So much of time is available with him. There is no sticks coming in from the Indian defense side. A great turnover, good move, great pass from Ramandeep, and a lead shown by SV Sunil. But this time also Demal showing his great defending skills. Earlier he pushed Sunil on the right side, not allowing him to cut in, and this time keeping him towards the outside.
It was Mirko Prisu who missed the attempt, the pass back from Billy Bakker. Could have had a second goal for himself and the team. Of course, they are great friends and actually have their own business together. Billy Bakker and Mirko Prisu, the BP Business and BP College, where they coach young hockey players. Free hit again to the Netherlands. It's all the Netherlands at the moment. India just trying to catch them on the counter-attack. Sevi Van As just leaves it for Billy Bakker. Anish Mushtaba closed down. The ball ricochets up in the air. It's an India ball. There was a few looks of worry, because if it was the Netherlands, it would have been a penalty corner.
That's right, could have been a problem again for India. India, the only match they scored was against Great Britain. Otherwise, they've been conceding early goals. The first match they played against Argentina actually was in the 3rd minute.
Talvinder for India, trying to go along the baseline. Talvinder, did it come off a Dutch stick? It was played, in fact, off Talvinder's foot once again. So good defending by the Netherlands. They seem to be finding Talvinder's foot with ease.
But Talvinder trying to use that 3D skills, lifting the ball over the sticks, but ball a bit behind his left side, making it more difficult for him to get that penalty corner which he was hunting for.
Jeroen Hertzberger plays the ball back, goes all the way back to Hidde Turkster. Swept forward, Van der Weerden. Van den Horst to the baseline, Hertzberger. Hertzberger pushes it across. It was a good stop by Kottajit. And India managed to carry out. Sardar doesn't have a lot of options forward. Akashdeep tries to show now, but was followed all the way by Mink van der Weerden, who was ahead of Akashdeep in terms of him receiving the pass. And then when the pass does come, he's unable to keep the ball in.
Well, this is something which is not acceptable. This is the earlier attack. Hertzberger taking his time, looking for a support, but very well intercepted and cleared by the Indian defense.
Take a look at the circle entries from the Netherlands. You were talking, Jagbir, in the first quarter. It was all through the middle. It's a little bit more even now.
Yeah, they've shifted now from towards the left side in the second quarter.
Good chance to attack. The ball brought under control by Turkstra. Still going. Kellerman. Across the D it came. Well, Jonker was at the back post, but just couldn't get his stick on the ball.
What an intelligent effort there by the attacking lineup. A backhander, not towards Shirijes, keeping in view his excellent goalkeeping. He wouldn't be conceding that strike from the top of the circle, and was looking for a deflection on the far post.
The worrying thing was the man unmarked on the back post for India. Verga just trying to turn round Rupinder Pal, clipped his heels and went to ground. Verga now, super pass out wide onto the right-hand side. Shot comes in. Shrijesh saves to deny Glenn Sherman. Netherlands controlling play very well at the moment. 5 minutes gone in the second quarter. Netherlands leading by 1-0. Manpreet, good steal by him. Running shoulder to shoulder with Akashdeep. Bit of a mix-up. Akashdeep leaves it for Manpreet. Manpreet has to just stop, goes back to the captain, Sardar. Kotajit is wide on the left-hand side. Chinglan Sana was pointing to him. Ball comes into the circle from Kotajit, but there was nobody really in that area. Akashdeep made a run forward in the end, but wasn't ever going to make it through to an Indian player. Manpreet hits the turf. India expecting a bit of a card. No card shown. Play continues. Raghunath usually likes to slap it into the circle from there. An option was closed down. India could really do with a goal before half-time. The diagonal pass again easily cut out by Thierry Brinkman. Strong challenge coming from Raghunath. So far, though, Brinkman doing well. And Raghunath, I think, may be getting a card, or one of the Indian players, for shouting at the umpire.
There's got to be a limit.
In fact, it's one of the Dutch players who's having a talking to. I think that's good umpiring, saying no talking back, let's control it. Billy Bakker put under immense pressure by Sardar. Netherlands have got numbers forward, comes to the back of the D. Billy Bakker tries to get it on the forehand. Good defending again from Kotajit. Netherlands, so many numbers forward. India finally getting players back into a defensive formation.
That was a great interception by Kotajit. By the time Billy Bakker could lift his stick, Kotajit just shaving that ball away. There have been more circle entries. There have been a lot of free movement given to the Dutch players, which is not so good.
Here they come along the baseline. It's looking to for a foot. Rupinder Powell did well to stop Floris van der Linden, earning the first penalty corner of the match for the Netherlands. Still with the Netherlands, though, Van der Schoot. He will start again. Akashdeep looks to close down. Little aerial flick ahead. Came off Indian stick, so it'll be a long corner from the 23-metre line, directly opposite where it went out of play for the Netherlands. And then Horst, under pressure from Akashdeep, just showed and went. Good play from him. Virendra Lakwa trying to close down Prisa, unable to do so. Into the D it goes. That's a really strong collision between Yonker and Raghunath. Amazingly, Yonker stays on his feet. Raghunath helps it forward. Dharamveer tries to get the better of Yop de Mol. If Dharamveer can keep it in play, he has. He's done well. Yop de Mol, though, got back really quickly. And that's good defending from the young player from the Netherlands. Dharamveer managed to find Amir. Amir has always looked lively when he's been on, but was penalised then for shielding the ball and not allowing the Netherlands to put in a tackle.
Well, this is the earlier goal. Look at the number of players there. There's been Danish, Kotajit, everybody just watching the players, not the ball at all. And as a result, even though Shirijesh could manage to stop, but the support wasn't available, which is required. None of the defenders are actually concentrating on what is happening around the rear side of the defense.
Yop de Mol forced back now by Dharamveer. Sevi Van Aast just jinks his way past Danish Mustafa, gets the chance for a shot into the roof of the net. It goes, and it is a second goal for the Netherlands, fired into the roof of the net by Nicolas van der Schoot. Netherlands are 2-0 to the good.
Still so many passes, so gradually building up the attack towards the striking circle, and no defenders committing in themselves. As a result, given the time, no problems at all for Van der Schoot to take that high backhander or a tomahawk, beating Shirijesh completely. And that also, the worst part was conceding that goal from the first post. Shirijesh wasn't covering his ankle completely. He wasn't expecting that tomahawk to be that good.
Well, Van der Schoot was just given so much time and space at the edge of the circle. No defender closing him down. And he was almost able to pick his spot, which was the roof of the net. Amir tries to get India back on level terms quickly. Ends a long corner. They really need a goal before the long break. Rapinder Pal sweeps forward, takes a deflection. Again, it's a poor touch inside the circle, this time from Amir. In the story of India's competition, that first touch has just not been sure. Dharamveer tries to fire it in. Manpreet wins possession back for India. Tries to jink his way and then is blocked. Penalty corner. Turkstra, the man penalised from pushing and holding India back. This is their chance, and the crowd know it.
Well, this is the best chance, you rightly said, Ashley. Great efforts by Manpreet, showing towards the right side and then taking a turn, creating that penalty corner. He was blocked, but there was no reason for the Dutch to go for a video referral. And great opportunity for India to make a comeback. Raghunath and Rupinder Pal both are available on the pitch, and two castles, no problem.
Sardar, the captain, watching on from the side. He has complete faith in his two drag flickers. Rupinder Pal at the first battery, Raghunath at the second. Herman Black waits in the centre of his goal. Didn't wait for the whistle, India, so they're going to have to go back and go again. Basic error, Jagbir. You know you have to wait for the whistle.
Especially when they saw the umpire walking towards. And the role of injector, the trapper and drag flicker, this is why we say it's so important.
Dharamveer to inject. Slight shift at the top of the circle. Comes to Raghunath, sweeps, Herman Black saves, scooped away on the line, or has it gone in? Penalty stroke has been awarded to India. I expect that the Netherlands may well refer this.
Yes or no? Video? Yes. Yes.
They are indeed going to refer this. Of
29.
course, if the player on the line is behind the goalkeeper when it touches his
What's your
body
question?
and he prevents a goal, it's a penalty stroke.
Okay, so there's a stick tackle before we play the ball. Andy, can you hear me? Correct, yes. Or before the penalty stroke was awarded, yes.
So they're looking for an Indian stick check before the ball hits the player on the line. We'll look for this, Jagbir.
That's why we got it.
There it is. The goalkeeper could save the first one. It did hit the left foot of...
That's come off the back of Sunil's stick, I think.
Hi, Paul.
Yes, Andy.
It's actually touched the back of the Indian stick.
Okay.
So therefore a free out, and Holland keep the referral.
Great, thank you.
So that will upset the crowd here in the International Hockey Stadium in Raipur. But as the ball came back away from the postman, it did look to catch the back of SV Sunil's stick. Little grimace from Roland Altmans, knows how important a goal would have been at that stage of the game. Great if they could get one before half-time. As far as he's concerned, then that gives them a window to come back into this match. We look at the last time they met, India won 3-2 in the Champions Trophy in 2014. We have to go back to 1986 and the Champions Trophy for a previous win to India, and that was 3-1, and there have been 16 meetings in between. So it's not so long since India had their last win, but it's been a long time in major tournaments since they've managed to beat the Netherlands.
With the way things are happening, Ashley, though they've earned a penalty corner which they were looking for, but not much of combination. The constructive moves are missing. The overall depth in the defense is not visible, and India has to maintain that tempo which they had shown in the earlier match when they played against Belgium, especially in the second half. Because if you let loose yourself into the defense, they can come back, they can get their goals anytime they want.
Good touch from SV Sunil, just equally good defending from Joop de Mol, who's having an absolute stormer of a game for the Netherlands. May well be an early nomination for the hero man of the match, Joop de Mol. Still a long way to go, though. 2 quarters and just over 2.5 minutes. Netherlands, though, in the box seat. Goals from Marco Priesa and Nick van der Schoot.
Look at the lead again, 35 meters of lead, and then guilty of missed traps. The forward line has been missing those great chances. There was only one defender to beat, and this is not the first time. Talwinder has done it. Ramandeep on the right side, Sunil. And missed traps is a basic skill. Trapping is a basic skill, which at this level cannot be accepted.
We've talked about India's need to win penalty corners. The Netherlands didn't concede a goal from open play until they played Australia, which was in their semi-final. They lost 3-2. It just shows how good their defence is. But penalty corners is their weak point. India really need to try and get one and get back on the score sheet. One last attack. Barindra Lakra on the left-hand side. Makes a good run into the foot. That should be a penalty corner. Yopdamal couldn't get his feet out of the way on that occasion. Good play from Barindra Lakra.
Well, this is more midfield overlapping. Earlier, Manpreet could make that, not the forward line. Forward line can then create space, put pressure on the defense, and when the midfield starts overlapping and outnumbering or showing their skills, this is what can be achieved in such a short time. And this is the second one coming in the last few minutes.
Well, the same two players wait at the top of the circle. Chinglan Sana will be the man to stop for Rupinder Pal. Barindra Lakra will stop for Raghunath, who's just given an indication where he wants the ball to be. The captain, Sardar, takes responsibility to push in from the baseline. Just settling his feet in the right position. Rupinder moved early. Rupinder had to check his run, and it comes off the first. Well, it's off the foot of the trapper. So it hit the foot of the stopper, is the call from the umpire, Paul Walker.
Well, what can we say about this? The ball hit Rupinder's left foot before he could take a drag. The earlier thing, when the ball was being injected first, Raghunath was showing on top of the circle as if he wanted the ball there. It was quite obvious that the ball won't be going to Raghunath, it will be going to Rupinder Pal, because normally he has never been showing such a way. And this time when Rupinder Pal had that opportunity, just letting it go.
Well, Rupinder Pal went early, didn't he? He had to check his movement, and it just was not as fluid as you would want it to be. Akashdeep trying to go along the baseline. Is there a goal for India before half-time? Right the way across the pitch, but it will be a fall in from the side to the Netherlands. They will just lift the ball forward, although tried to, but didn't really manage to. Roll Bovendurt is stopped by Rupinder Pal illegally. And Bovendurt has been a name to remember. He's played really well in this tournament as well. 24 years old, from Bloemendal. Won bronze at the Junior World Cup. And that is the end of the first half, the second quarter. The Netherlands have managed to add to their goal tally, and they go into the long break with a 2-goal advantage. Goals from Mirko Priese and Nick van der Schoot. And really, they are very dominant at the moment, Jagbir.
Dominant and also controlling the entire game. India not getting, though, in patches, but not getting that rhythm which is required to get them the bronze medal. This is a bronze medal match, and it cannot be taken lightly. You cannot perform in patches. It has to be a process, and the process right now is missing. I'm sure second half India has been doing well in the previous games. Let's see how it goes.
Well, let's hope that India, for all their fans here in Raipur, can find something in the second half and get back in this match. They're going into the lemon break with a scoreline that reads Netherlands 2, India 0. Half-time here at the International Hockey Stadium in Raipur. India trailing by 2-0, but we're going to have some hockey basics with Michael Absalom and Cedric D'Souza.
Hello and welcome along to Hockey Basics, where today we're going to be looking at a slightly different element of the game. No stick skills today. It's all about getting that heart rate up with heart rate monitors. And I believe I've got a bit of running to do, Cedric.
Make sure you do it fast and hard.
Okay.
Don't go your maximum heart rate.
Okay, here we go.
The important thing is in this, it's a system which is a vital tool for coaches. It measures the peak performance of an athlete during training as well as in a game situation. It is the look inside an athlete's physiological and peak performance factors. It's all about science. It's all about measuring the workload during training and in the matches, telling you the intensity of the player during the match.
When a player is on the pitch, we're trying to watch how many minutes he's in the red zone. If he's too long in the red zone, or if there is no good recovery in between the high intensity zones, I try to give my advice towards the coach to perhaps get the player off the pitch to have him a little bit more recovering from that hard period.
Tells you about recovery, and it gives you the opportunity to bring in your substitutions because they know when they are ready to come in or when to be taken out of the ground because of fatigue. In the end, it's a tool, a great tool, a scientific tool for coaches to get the peak performance of the athletes right through the 60 minutes.
Half-time here in the bronze medal playoff of the Hero Hockey World League final. The Netherlands are leading India by 2-0. Much to the upset crowd here, they want to see an Indian victory. But the Netherlands have been dominant throughout, almost from the minute they ran on the pitch. Hertzberger created some space at the top of the circle, managed to find Verga. Verga played it in. The clearance by Jazji just went straight back to Hertzberger. And Mirko Brisa was in front of Srijesh and was able to fire it home for the opening goal for the Netherlands. There were some good moments for India. A steal by Danish Mustafa saw him weave his way into the circle, but a good defensive stick pushed the ball onto his foot before he was able to get the shot away. SV Sunil too, well, he made a good run forward. Job de Mol followed him all the way. Talvinder tried to get in front of Floris van der Linden, but again, the ball found the foot of the Indian player inside the circle. And it was a good sweeping movement out on the right-hand side. Kellerman played it forward, got the return pass, went into the circle, reverse stick across the deep, and Hertzberger at the back post just couldn't get the touch. Sevi Van As pushed it out wide, and just so much space. That was the 25th minute, and Nick van der Schoot just fired it into the roof of the net past Srijesh to make it 2-0 to the Netherlands. India did win a penalty corner. It was saved. The penalty stroke was awarded, but then when we went to the video referral for the Netherlands, the ball was seen to touch the back of SV Sunil's stick, so the stroke did not happen. Still, the circle entries are good for the Netherlands in terms of the shots they get when they're getting into the circle. India have done a little bit better, though, Jagbir, in this particular quarter.
50% of these shots at goal, the number of circle entries and shots at the goal really reflect at least some better performance in terms of approaching towards the goal or the final execution, but still not enough, even though they had 2 penalty corners, but the second one missing their chance with a draw.
Well, this is going to be, I think, the libero for the first goal, Jagbir.
Well, look at Hertzberger. While he was creating space, 3 players. He was surrounded by 3 players, but none of them committing themselves. There is Dharamveer and Rupinder Pal. All the sticks flying high. None of the sticks are at the floor or even pressurizing. And then comes another 3 defender, Danish Mustafa Kothajit, also available there with Manpreet. But no support coming back. 2 orange shirts, 3 blue shirts, including Shirijesh in yellow. But there was no support, not enough pressure being put in. Now look at this one. One move on the left side. The Dutch players creating space, moving from right to the left, but none of the defenders then following the ball and the players. As a result, a lot of time for that tomahawk shot.
Well, those are the 2 goals. We're going to go pitch side now and hear the thoughts of the coach of India, Roland Altmans, who's with Simon Mason.
Roland, 2-0 down at half-time, tough game, your thoughts?
Yeah, well, I don't think that we have been able to get really control over the game. That's what we tried to do, but so far we failed, and especially to close the center good enough down there with the way they scored a 2nd goal. We made some changes in the way we want to play in the 2nd half. Let's see how it works out.
And our statistics say you're getting in the circle, but not enough outcomes, possibly.
No, but yeah, that we have seen already in 5 matches before as well, so that's not surprising me anymore. It worries me a bit, but I know what we have to work on in the next couple of months, that's for sure.
Thanks very much for your time.
Okay, pleasure.
Thanks very much, Simon Mason with Roland Altmans. He's not revealing what changes he's made coming into the 2nd half. But as he says, it is worrying that they're getting into the circle and unable to either win penalty corners or create goal-scoring opportunities. Can India do it in the 2nd half? It would be great for all the fans who've turned up for today's matches if they could, and give us a really good grandstand finish and maybe see their team take home a bronze medal. Netherlands 2, India 0. Netherlands to push back. Jeroen Hertzberger gets us underway. Berger out to Van der Weerden. I bet your bottom dollar there that Max Caldas will not want the Netherlands to concede any. He's been very sick the last few days here in Raipur. Sardar, good run forward from him. Van den Horst just sweeps the ball away. Sardar's claiming it was off the back of the stick. Well, Sardar's wanting a referral. He seemed very sure, Jagbir.
Well, if that is the case, then it's a clear penalty corner as well as a card if he has tackled with his back stick.
So you're saying it's a deliberate foul, it's a penalty corner? Yeah? Okay. You can ask. Guys, go away. Guys, go away for me. You can try.
Robert van der Horst saying he can try.
So, Andy, this is a referral by India. They're asking for a deliberate backstick inside the 23, resulting in a penalty corner.
It's going to be an interesting one, Jagbir.
Well, definitely, because still a lot of time to go, and video referral will be important. Oh, that's a clear one. Rob van der Horst, one of the experienced guys. There we see.
Andy, have a look where it goes.
Oh, he was trying to sweep the ball away, but then it did get his back.
Question is, though, is it deliberate? And that's what the penalty corner will be about, whether it was a deliberate backstick.
But then important would be whether was it dangerous. While Sardar was moving with the ball, he was moving towards the goal. And it was one great opportunity for an attacker.
Hi, Paul.
Yes.
The ball certainly plays off the back of the stick. Whether it is deliberate or not is a very difficult one. My inclination is to say no, it is not deliberate, it is a free hit, and they therefore lose the referral.
Okay.
Because it is not a penalty corner.
Free hit to India, but lose referral, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, there you heard it from Andy Mayer. It is a free hit to the Netherlands, and India lose their referral. Sardar looked perplexed.
It's deliberate or not. So it's a free hit, but you lose your referral. That is the decision. That is the decision, okay? So, just here. That's the decision. No more referral.
No, you lose the referral.
Roland Altmans pursing his lips in almost disbelief. That is the key thing, though, Jagbir, whether it was deliberate. And I have to agree with Andy Mayer. I don't think it was deliberate.
Well, that's right. The way it seemed, so it wasn't deliberate. He was trying to clear the ball with the inner edge of the stick. But isn't it crucial for the attacker? Because backstick, you can't use a backstick inside the 25 at all.
Well, could be a crucial moment in the match for India, although they are 2 goals down. Virendra Lakra gets caught up. This is a great chance now. Played across. Oh, he pushed it wide. Hertzberger. How did he miss? Srijesh was at his mercy. And that was a golden opportunity for the Netherlands to seal the match.
So what a difference one decision of the umpire can make. This is what we see, the turnover. Srijesh Joe changing his position completely. First trying to position himself at the first, even far from the first post side, but then trying to dive off the ball. And such a goal being mixed by an experienced player like Hertzberger.
India can breathe after that. That was a brilliant opportunity. Aerial pass played over the top. This time it's dealt with far better by Rupinder Pal, but he's lost possession again. India sweep it wide. Netherlands again. Frustration being shown. Because that was a good run by Kellerman back across for the return pass, and it never came.
Well, this is the earlier one. This is the one which went from the far post side. This time Srijesh was in quite comfortable position. A second consecutive attack coming on the Indian defense, left in isolation completely.
And the second attack from the Netherlands where Rupinder Pal has made mistakes that have nearly cost his team a goal. Akashdeep trying to create now. He's looking for the run of Sardar, but it was easily cut out by Verga. Verga was in a strong arm wrestle with Akashdeep. It's now with Sardar again for India. Van der Veerden ahead of him, deflected off Preesa, comes to Manpreet. Manpreet looks for a foot, gets a foot, and India have a penalty corner. And those 2 misses, if India manage to score now, could be vital to the Netherlands.
Well, that's a brilliant skill. Manpreet has been doing it. The second time he has done, and the first time also he earned a penalty corner, and this time once again doing it. This could be a turning point for India if they get one. Manpreet receiving the ball, realizing that there was not enough effort being put in by Vendeshu while tackling him and finding the foot.
Adam Kearns trying to hurry up. The Netherlands have 40 seconds in which to be behind the goal line. They're taking their time. They've got 3 seconds remaining. Rupinder Pal and Jasjeet wait this time. Rupinder Pal at the first battery. It's not a great stop by Manpreet. Sweeps it forward, saved by Perman Black. Comes to Jasjeet on the reverse. Perman Black saves again, and it's swept clear by Mink van der Veerden.
Well, something big is wrong with the Indian side at the moment. They were hunting for penalty corners, and once they have, they've not been able to use them. This is the 3rd penalty corner, and the second one, which was not being trapped. The earlier one, Rupinder Pal hit on his left foot, and this one not being trapped at all. The drag flick opportunity comes later.
Pushed out wide to Jasjeet. Jasjeet trying to find a way forward. There's Brinkman in front of him. Good pass down the side. Comes across. Mink van der Veerden, too experienced to make a mistake there. And a stick check goes against India. Altman's far from pleased. His team are getting forward. You can see the anger in his eyes. Said he was going to change things, and it just get the feeling that it's not happening. Now it's a steal. SV Sunil going forward. Sardar playing further forward. Comes across. Akashdeep on the stick. So Yonker is going to get a green card, I think. Yep, Konstantin Yonker. So India have a 1-man advantage for a couple of minutes. Comes off the foot, though, of the captain, Sardar. And that's not going to be their chance to score now.
Well, look at the earlier chance. Virendra Lakra, though he has been a pillar in the defense, but this time making that mistake. India very lucky to get away with that. And immediately after that, a second one coming in. Support available on the second side, but the defenders again creating that space, giving a lot of room for the Dutch players to move inside.
I think with that first one, it was Virendra Lakra expected Rupinder Pal to bring it under control. The replay was a little bit after that. And that's what probably caught him. But Kellerman creating both of those chances for the Netherlands. And bobbling ball goes off of Raghunath. Jonker watching on from the side. 5 minutes gone in the third quarter. India have attacked, but they've still really not been able to get a goal. 2 good saves from Perman Black. Here they come again. Sardar cuts infield, being chased, will lay the ball back now to Manpreet. Strong challenge in the back from Thierry Brinkman. Probably a little bit lucky he didn't get a card for that. It was a clumsy challenge. Swept towards the goal again from Raghunath. No one able to get a touch.
Well, these long passes coming into the center. This was the earlier push we were talking about. Yes, it was a clumsy one. Lucky to survive without a card.
Well, the hand in the back, usually that is straight away a card. Netherlands, though, get possession again. Bovendert played it across the pitch. Berger putting in the hard yards to keep that in play. And Den Horst, the calming influence. It's the return pass. Goes past Barindra Lakra with ease. Robert van den Horst goes into the D. It's a great pass. It's a brilliant save by Srijesh. Well, Thierry Brinkman throws his stick in the air, knows he should have done better, probably should have scored. That was the ball, and Thierry Brinkman into the pads of Srijesh. And then that was the ball up in the air off Koteji, and that is why the Netherlands have their first penalty corner.
Well, he could beat Raghunath on the run easily, and then Thierry Brinkman creating space, running behind the defenders and then receiving it on the reverse side. None of the attackers or defenders were around him. He had all the time to place the ball in the net. But great goalkeeping by Srijesh.
And Schoeman waits at the top of the circle. Netherlands have scored the least penalty corners in the tournament. Will this be their chance to get one? Run into the first runner. Foot was the call. Raghunath not going to complain. Netherlands with a retake.
But he's not the only one who scores for India, but also saves India during penalty corners. That's Raghunath taking all that blood on his leg.
Schoeman again. Van der Weerden, their preferred choice, not on the pitch at the moment. Comes in. Schoeman, they work a different routine. Comes to the injector, Floris van der Linden, who wasn't really expecting it as it deflected towards him. Long corner, Billy back.
Well, a good variation, but Manpreet rushed for the ball.
Great run along the baseline from Sevi Van As. The long corner was taken really quickly as we were in a replay there, and the Netherlands attacked down the left-hand side. Strong challenge coming in the back from Barindra Lakra. Sevi Van As gets the free hit. Netherlands pushing for a third goal. We're halfway through the third quarter. Van As goes on his own, looks to try and find the teammate at the top of the circle, Hertzberger. It's a penalty corner. And this time, Mink van der Weerden is on the pitch. And that spells trouble for India.
Well, a lovely pass from Van As, lifting the ball over the stick of the defenders towards the striking circle. The sticks were down on the floor.
Mink van der Weerden waits at the first battery. You would think he would be the preferred option. Comes to Mink van der Weerden, sweeps, Srijesh saves, the rebound ricochets up in the air, but it was off a Dutch stick. Play continued on, and there's a Dutch player down. Bovendert, I think, got a stick in the head.
Was ejected well, a lot of time for Mink van der Weerden, but well kept by Srijesh.
ricocheting up in the air. I think it's Srijesh who actually catches Bovender, yep, with his mitt on the back of the head. Maybe cushion, but when it's coming at full force with a goalkeeper that's fully committed, that would hurt. Six and a half minutes left in the third quarter. India still trying to find a way back in this match. Netherlands trying to put it out of India's reach. Chances at both ends in this quarter. Just feel if India could get a goal before the final break, it would give us a great finish and the crowd would love it. Manpreet trying to play it in. Billy Bakker's there. It is a goal, and it is Ramandeep who at full stretch throws himself at the ball and lifts it past Perman Black. India have a goal, they have a lifeline, and they have the crowd behind them.
But it all started from a marvellous interception there on the left side. First timer to Sardara, and Sardara just changing the direction of the game altogether from the left to right, and Manpreet with his typical style of changing the angle, this time looking for Ramandeep. The moment he received the ball, Amir releasing it immediately, and Sardar, look at him, just beating the entire defense, and Manpreet with his special skills looking at Ramandeep while he was running, and then Ramandeep with that slow pass before the goalkeeper could approach, just banging it in the net.
Well, that's what you feel India need in a bronze medal match, a little bit more desperation, and Ramandeep showing that desperation and getting the just reward for his efforts. Netherlands having squandered opportunities, maybe a little bit jittery now. It's a packed house here in Raipur. The crowd are behind India. Can they find another goal? They mustn't throw everybody forward, though. Mink van der Weerden goes back to Verga. Van der Linden.
Well, I'm sure the Dutch would, just to keep the crowd quiet, they would like to hold the ball, keep that ball position.
Well, they're on the attack. They're going for another goal, and it's just gone wide. Well, that was almost another goal for Jonker.
Well, this is once again with the backhander, and the overlap coming in, run by Jonker, trying to deflect the ball, running between the defenders. And the earlier one, which Ramandeep scored, had he tried to stop the ball, had he tried to reach the ball, could have been difficult to beat the goalkeeper. But Ramandeep this time, he scored a couple of goals in Antwerp, but scoring one very important today.
Well, Bovender has just received a green card, so the Netherlands down to 10 men. 4.5 minutes remaining in the third quarter. Can India take advantage of the extra man? Chinglen Sana gets the better of Jonker, tries to keep it in play, but it just runs over the top of his stick. Robert van den Horst slowing things down. Self-passes. Ramandeep looks to close him down. Jasjeet encroaching. So the free hit goes the way of the Netherlands. Hertzberger looking to play it forward for the run of Kellerman. Long corner to the Netherlands. Oh, Bovender with the green card. Back to Verga. And they go all the way back into their own half. India looking to press and push forward and keep them in that half. Backer miscontrolled. Ramandeep looked to close in. So too was Rupinder Pal with a clumsy challenge that Backer felt he should have got a free hit. And just heard in our headphones that the umpire saying to Rupinder Pal, any more of those and you will be carded. Good steal by Manpreet. He's pushed the ball, Ramandeep, too far ahead of Akashdeep, and it was cleaned up easily by Turkstra. But India do have possession back. Raghunath sweeps it forward. Manpreet, who's getting more and more touches and bringing India back into this game. Chinglen Sana looks to feed Raghunath. He's into the circle. And it's a free hit just outside to India. Akashdeep back to Manpreet. Rupinder Pal, good shimmy from him. Sweeps it towards the goal. Desperation again from Ramandeep. But this time there was a Dutch defensive stick in his way. Now it's 2-on-1, but unfortunately for the Netherlands, Kellerman couldn't bring it under control.
Well, look at the difference the Indian team has brought in. Once the midfield and the defense have started overlapping, outnumbering the opponent side, the Dutch. That's important. The forward line is being marked, and it's the midfield which then has to play a very important role. Be it Sardara or Manpreet, whenever they have come or outnumbered the opponent defense, it has always been more effective.
Kotajit for India to Jasjit. SV Sunil showing further down the line. SV Sunil will try and take him on. Did, but Mink van der Veerden getting a good touch just as the SV Sunil Express was going down the far side. Comes to SV Sunil again. Super pass under the arm. Sardar into the circle. Sardar going to Perman Black. Ricochets back. Was that off a foot? Trying to get the shot away. Chinglan Sana couldn't bring the ball under control. Crowd were urging the ball into the back of the goal. But the Netherlands stood tall. They are one of the tallest racers in the world, and they prevented a shot coming on target. Swept to the top of the D. It's Akashdeep under pressure. Good pass from him. Perman Black, brilliant save again. Comes to the back post, and it was Danish Mustafa who just couldn't get a stick on the end of it. Well, that was a clear back stick from Barindra Lakra.
Well, what a pressure this side. India has been bringing it through Akashdeep and SV Sunil on the right side. Another chance with a back pass again. Brilliant move by Sardara, calling for the ball, and Sunil giving that back pass to him. Sardara trying to lift the ball over the stick of the goalkeeper.
Free hit now to the Netherlands. It's really, really hotting up here in Raipur. 2-1 the score, still 15 minutes to come in this match. Sevi Van As, such a lively player whenever he gets the ball. I reckon when his father was the coach of the Netherlands, he was very hard on Sevi Van As, because obviously he didn't want to be accused of favouring his son, but his son has really shown deserves his place in the Dutch lineup. Good tackle coming in by Danish Mustafa. Good dummy on Sevi Van As, but great defending coming back and stealing the ball back by Glenn Schumann. Morris van der Linden now surging forward. Good pass from him. Finds Kellerman, who's having a top game for the Netherlands, but his pass is never going to make it into the danger area. That may well be the last play of this quarter, as Rupinder Paul will launch it forward. In fact, he doesn't. He just knocks a short pass. The hooter goes. We're in for a thrilling final 15 minutes. Max Gaudas makes his way out to talk to his team. He'll want them to seal off this game as quickly as possible. Score at the final break is India 1, the Netherlands 2. Well, this is the Rupinder Paul moving early at the penalty corner and then just getting his rhythm horribly wrong, Jagbir.
That's right. You don't have to be impatient at this stage. You need to be more calm.
That was another Rupinder Paul mistake ahead of Barindra Lakra, and Hertzberger just pushing the ball the wrong side of the post for the Netherlands fans. Another mistake by Rupinder Paul, and again India were lucky not to pay. Kellerman, well, he played the ball unselfishly to Prisa and made a great run for the return pass, but the ball didn't come. Roland Altmans trying to fire up his players. Certainly they played with a lot more passion in that third quarter, a little bit more urgency. They're going to have to do that for the remaining 15 minutes if they want to get a bronze medal. Last quarter coming up shortly. Players making their way back out onto the pitch. Are we going to a shootout? We've had no shootouts so far in this tournament. Crowd are having a wonderful time. Great atmosphere here in Raipur. Must give credit to Hockey India for bringing this tournament to Raipur, taking hockey to the people. Hertzberger waits. 2-1 to the Netherlands as Hertzberger pushes back for the final quarter. It's been given away. Straight away, India on the attack. Manpreet again, as he's been involved in so much. Feels it clipped a foot, but India lost their referral. So there's nothing they can do about that. Great pass forward, and Bovender trying to keep it in play. Almost did so with an audacious swing of his stick. Akashdeep just inside the Netherlands half, was looking for the run of Sardar. Almost got the ricochet off the Netherlands stick. Rupinder Paul will be penalised. Just get the feeling Rupinder Paul's going to have to watch it as well. I think there's a card not far away from him at the moment.
That's right, he's carrying the critical mistakes he has made during the play, and he shouldn't be doing that, because as a mature player, a player who has scored 50 goals for India, played more than 131 matches, is an experienced one, and he has to get rid of whatever mistakes he had made and just focus on the remaining time of the match, because he is a crucial key member of the team.
He is indeed. Jasjeet self passes. Is there a way back for India? Can they get an equaliser? Are the Netherlands safe at 2-1? It's edge of the seat stuff here in Raipur. Strong challenge. Sardar really putting his body on the line for the team. Certainly he's causing problems the further forward he's playing. SV Sunil plays on quickly. Good pass from him to Manpreet. Looked as if it went into the foot. It did go into the foot. Penalty corner, and high fives all around from the Indian players.
Well, maneuvering Manmeet, it's mesmerizing moves by Manpreet, and this is what the game has changed altogether. Inside the circle, this is the third one which Manpreet has made for India. Lovely combination, good understanding, and a great opportunity for India.
Well, there's no Raghunath on the pitch, so it's Rupinder Paul. Can he make amends for the mistakes he's made in the match, or will they go with Jasjeet, who of course was the hero in Belgium? Jasjeet, you feel a little bit sorry for him. He is the third choice drag flicker for India. Sardar waits at the baseline. The crowd find their voice. Rupinder Paul waits. Jasjeet waits. It goes to Rupinder Paul. Sweeps, it's gone in. Perman Black got his stick to it, but couldn't keep it out. India are level. Rupinder Paul has made amends. People will forget the mistakes. They'll remember the goal at the moment. 2 apiece. Are we going to get a shootout? What a comeback by India.
Well, it's celebration time, not because he has scored, but also because he will get back his confidence. This time again, showing it towards the left of the goalkeeper and then changing the direction so well, so nicely done, with all the efforts, the stride he brought in, the power he had, and the accuracy to beat the goalkeeper.
Perman Black, you got to feel a little bit for him. He got down to it, he got his stick there, but it was just too much power from Rupinder Paul. Rupinder Paul with his first goal of the tournament. Will he have scored a more important one if India go on and claim bronze? Desperate stuff from India now, and Netherlands are going to have to find something. Hertzberger is trying to play the ball forward. It's the man of the moment, Manpreet, pushing the ball forward. I'm going to ask you, Jagbir, because I think you would remember this. Manpreet comes from the same village as Pargat Singh, and of course there was a memorable game in 1985 in Perth where he scored 4 goals in 6 minutes against Germany. Manpreet is living the legend.
That's right, a man from Mithapur. That's his village name. Pargat's village name is Mithapur, and that's where both these players come from. Quality players.
Pargat never believed a game was over until the final whistle. Manpreet is showing those same qualities at the moment.
Well, very well pushed, good injection, beating the rusher completely and giving so much of time to Rupinder Paul for that drag.
Danish Mustafa was making a good run down the left-hand flank. There's SV Sunil. SV Sunil's turned brilliantly. Got a deflection off Skuman. So it will be a long corner to India. The crowd are really behind India. It has to be like a 12th man down there on the pitch for them. Manpreet looking for the run of Sardar, but good interception. It's stolen back by Sardar. Good work from him. Akashdeep going forward. Akashdeep lifts it over the keeper. Akashdeep is, well, no, I think it came off It's gone out of play. It went behind the goal. Well, I thought that had gone in the goal.
What a lovely piece of understanding there between the three players. Leaving the ball, and Akashdeep, before he could just lift it over, there was a stick coming in from the Dutch defender, number 29, Turkestra.
I think Roland Altman's like me. When he saw that just nestling in the backboard, thought it had gone in. It actually nestled in from the outside of the goal. Hard to see from where we were. Hard to see from where the coaching staff of India were. Netherlands, though, with a free hit. Dangerous man is Valentin Verga. This time, Rupinder Paul puts in a great tackle. Feeds Akashdeep. Sardar, he's having a big second half as well. Looks to feed Barindra Lakra, but it's stolen by Hertzberger. Bakker will slow things down for the Netherlands. We're approaching the final 10 minutes of this playoff for bronze. India were trailing by 2-0 and have fought their way back in the second half. Ball comes out wide now, played down by Turkstra. Unable to keep it in play was Yonka. All those mistakes will give India more confidence. Rupinder Paul with his right bicep heavily strapped, still managing to flick. SV Sunil was trying to get the touch into the D. That's a brilliant tackle by Mink van der Meerden to take the ball away from Amir.
But what a lovely pass and what a lead, 50-yard pass. But Amir not able to strap that ball inside the circle. These are crucial moments and crucial opportunities which India will have. And these half chances, if they avail, they'll be a super team.
Is there going to be a winner from either of these teams? Danish Mustafa again trying to get down the side. Drills a ball in. It should be Ramandeep. Ramandeep gets a touch. It's a goal. India have taken the lead. It was played in and Ramandeep kept running. The defence for the Netherlands stood still and he got the key touch. He is a big game player. This is a big game and Ramandeep has a second goal in the match.
Well, hockey at its best, performance at its peak, and the finishes which we were looking for, or the Indian team had been looking for, now coming in from each and every individual. You name Ramandeep, you name Akashdeep, Sardar, Manpreet, each and every individual now contributing to the success of Indian match today.
Great scenes on the bench, great scenes down on the pitch. Ramandeep, well, he's had moments in this tournament where his first touch has let him down, but tonight when it's mattered, it's been great. He's been desperate, he's put his body on the line, he's kept running, and he's been rewarded for that effort. He's on the ball again now, trying to go around the defender. Robert van den Horst, not surprisingly, he's such an experienced campaigner, just nicking the ball away and taking it clear for the Netherlands. Well, 8.5 minutes remaining. The crowd are going to be on the edge of their seats. Netherlands now have to try and find an equaliser. Sevi van As plays it out wide, keeps running. Ball deflects off Rupinder Paul. It will be a long corner to the Netherlands. Sardar, the captain, watches on and gets some well-earned refreshment. Robert van den Horst, been involved with the Netherlands team for so long. Was in 2005 the junior best player, and it's just bobbling around inside the deep, looking for a foot, comes to Verga, shoots, it's just gone wide. Did that take a touch? I don't think it did. For a second, the way Srijesh shrugged his shoulder, I wonder if it clipped him.
Well, this was a lovely centre once again, and Srijesh saving that deflection, holding it, holding the fort so strongly. Another backhander tomahawk, but far over the goalpost. But good tackling, good pressure by the defence, and this is what is required. The earlier the defence puts in pressure on the attackers, the more difficult it is for the attacker to look at the angle and take a strike.
Well, Max Caldas, the coach of the Netherlands, played in 2 Olympic Games, won gold with the Netherlands women's team at the Olympics in 2012. He will want better. They were the defending champions in this tournament. The Netherlands, though, will keep going. Kellerman, good pass forward, gets the return pass. Kellerman keeps going. Oh, that was strong. And I think that was Sardar that, no, it's Jasjeet that took the blow. Just saw the 8 spinning as it hit the ground. Not sure there was anything malicious. It was just 2 committed players going for the ball.
Well, he's a player normally who's never falling behind or worried about the injuries, but this time the blow seemed quite hard. As you rightly said, Ashley, it wasn't a malicious one.
Now, Kellerman, as you could see on the replay, was trying to pull out, turn his body away, knew that he was going to make contact. There's very few players go out in the world to try and injure another. And certainly didn't. Good turn from Verga. Verga sweeps it out onto the right-hand side where Van den Horst has plenty of space. He drills it in. And into the foot, that's great defense. It's gone the other way. India don't have a referral. Jasjeet was going with the referral. India can complain. They're looking to talk to Adam Kearns.
I'm telling you. Listen to me very carefully. I said the ball is dangerously high. It's obviously. No, it's a single. You can ask once. You can ask him once. 15 seconds.
Well, Raghunath, instead of arguing, India need to get behind the goal line.
Well, the umpire would only ask or take advice when he's not sure. And at this stage, when Jasjeet trying to clear that ball, it was below the knee. It was at the shin high. And Raghunath was rightly screaming so.
Yeah, Sevi Van A's leg just off the ground. May have struck him on the knee, but I think it's marginal. But this is a key moment. Srijesh. Mink van der Weerden waits at the top of the circle. Can the Netherlands find an equaliser? They switch it. He sweeps it past Srijesh. The Netherlands are level. India have it all to do again. That is calmness, and that is a brilliantly executed penalty corner from the Netherlands.
Well, that was another crucial one coming in from Mink van der Weerden. It was in the centre. Srijesh, normally he takes it on his chest. He could have easily done that again, but this time a bit more concentrated on the left side, or was expecting a fake from the left to the right, thereby just deflecting with his palm towards the net.
Mink van der Weerden pulls his team back in the match. Srijesh, well, he got a glove to it, but couldn't keep it out. We are at 3 goals apiece, just over 6.5 minutes remaining. My prediction's gone out the window. I thought it'd be 4-2. What a game we're witnessing. They deserve to share the bronze, in my opinion. Virendra Lakra trying to get down the line. Kellerman following him all the way. Akashdeep can't get past. Hidde Turkstra. Free hit to India. If they can win a penalty corner, who knows, they might reclaim the lead. Akashdeep closed down to Manpreet. Sevi Van As, though, got a touch. It went out of play. Manpreet plays on quickly. Looks to, well, the Dutch didn't follow him along the baseline. Was looking for a deflection. It's loose inside the D. That's definitely dangerous and definitely a penalty corner. Glenn Schoeman absolutely livid with himself for lifting it so high.
Well, look at the difference the crowd can make, whereas they are pumping up energy into Indian side. They are bringing pressure on the Dutch. And Manpreet, this is the 5th time he's entering the circle with a clear objective of earning a penalty corner. And he has been fortunate to get that penalty corner with a poor clearance by the defender, declared dangerous by the umpire. So what a golden opportunity, Ashley. And what is your prediction now?
I'm not very good at predictions, Jagbir. I think I'll just leave it to unfold down below on the pitch. Rupinder Kaur waits at the first battery. Raghunath at the second. Sardar, the captain, with the responsibility of a good push. Manpreet will stop. Comes to Rupinder Kaur. Sweeps, deflected. Well, was it the man behind the keeper? It was indeed. No complaints from the Dutch. It's a penalty stroke. High fives all around from the Indian players, but they've still got to score it. Of course, the rule is if the keeper's beaten and the man behind the keeper, it touches his body, which it definitely did. It was Hidde Turkstra who couldn't get out of the way. It's a stroke.
Well, the beauty of this blow from Rupinder Pal is that he's kept that same angle, he's kept the same height, he's kept the same movement of his body and beating the goalkeeper for the second time. Hats off the efforts made in by Rupinder Pal, also popular as Bobby.
Well, it is Rupinder Pal to take on Perman Black. Rupinder Pal taking the responsibility. Jagbir can't watch up here in the commentary position. Rupinder Pal, the crowd urging him on. He's managed to beat Perman Black. India have the lead back, just over 5 minutes remaining. Look at these scenes in Raipur. They've been starved of international hockey, and now they're loving every single minute.
What better a player can ask for? He was asking for penalty corners. The penalty corners are coming in numbers. They were asking for more aggression in attack. The attacking lineup is all flared up today. The engine power we were talking about, Sardar Singh is delivering, and the maneuvering moves from Manpreet are all happening for Indian hockey today. It's just about another 5 minutes to go.
Well, who would have believed it at half-time? India were trailing 2-0. Now they are leading 4-3. Well, some would say it's a Roland Altman's masterclass, the way he's turned this game around, but credit to the players, their passion and their effort. Sardar really doing like the hard yards up front now. What a difference it's made, pushing him further forward. Great steal by Akashdeep. Everyone's doing it for India. SV Sunna, well, he had Sardar outside. Should have maybe slipped it. Will try to now. Tries again. It will come to Sardar. Touch from him. Akashdeep scores! It's a 5th goal for India! Well, I thought that SV Sunil had made a mess of it, but somehow he got the ball to Sardar and he pushed it towards goal, and Akashdeep got the final touch. There is a
We're looking for a
referral,
dangerous ball off the Indian trap coming up into the air. Just where I'm standing. And I can't hear.
So we're looking for a dangerous ball inside the circle. Jagbir, we're going to ask you to see what you make of this one.
Well, let's see. Sunil lifting the ball over the stick. No danger here. Sardar receiving the ball. None of the defenders around. But by the time the defenders approached him, he had already released the ball. And this is from a different angle. Sunil, Sardar receiving the ball. And on that receive only, he just released.
Here's the decision.
Hi, Paul. Can you pass this on?
I got it.
Okay, there's no reason to change the decision. Therefore, goal, and Holland lose the referral.
Thank you.
The goal stands. Celebrations, a hug from Manpreet for his captain. Just under 5 minutes now for the Netherlands to find 2 goals. SV Sunil has been brilliant tonight. Now Rupinder tries to steal. Baka has the ball, pushes it forward. Desperation from Barindra Lakra. Anywhere will do, but there's still a long, long way to go. Robert van den Horst has lost it. 4-on-3 at the back for India if they can get it across. Ricocheted. Perman Backlow parries it away to Mink van der Veerden and snuffs out another India attack. Van der Veerden to Hertzberger. Hertzberger, good pass to Sevi Van As. Just took his eye off the ball at the crucial moment. And now Barindra Lakra's just dribbled it out of play. Netherlands play on. Verger. Oh, that was high. And that hit Sardar on the wrist. Well, maybe it was the hand. I thought it was the wrist, but nasty blow.
But at this stage, we won't be expecting Sardar to move out of the pitch even for a single second. He's a fighter. He has to stay on the pitch.
Well, he's got the ball now. He is an experienced campaigner. There's 2-goal advantage. It's all about them just holding possession. The Netherlands, though, win the ball back. Here's the goal from India, Jagbir, the last one.
Look at the amount of efforts being put in by Sunil. He brought the ball all the way from the right side and then changed his direction. He changed his angle because he was looking at Sardar, who was running on the right side, and Sardar receiving the ball on the run with that same speed he passed on to Akashdeep, who had called at the far post. Good to see the Indian players positioning themselves at the far post.
Oh, what a performance this has been by India. Finished 6th in the Hockey World League 2 years ago. And the encouraging thing as well is they've been scoring field goals. They've relied so much on penalty corners. In the last year, 35% of their goals have come from penalty corners. But Netherlands aren't finished yet. Trying to get along the baseline. Mink van der Weerden, penalty corner. This will be the chance for the Netherlands to pull a goal back. They scored from their last penalty corner, and they will expect to do the same again. Jasjeet just firing the ball up in the air.
Well, again, a lot of room being given on the baseline side. The tackling, also letting it loose with the left stick. No pressure at all on the attacker.
Mink van der Weerden waits at the first battery. Jeroen Hertzberger at the second. Billy Bakker is the stopper at the first, and Bovendert, the youngster, at the second battery for the Netherlands. Can Mink van der Weerden pull a goal back? Comes to Mink van der Weerden, sweeps it towards the goal. Penalty stroke, there's no doubt. That was as clear as daylight. So now the Netherlands have a chance to close the gap.
Well, a lovely drag, I can say that. A fake, a dodge, completely showing on the right side and then changing the angle on the left. Shirijesh completely beaten on that fake or deceptive move which van der Weerden has in his drag.
Well, it hit Manpreet on the line. I think it was. Mink van der Weerden has stayed forward. He will be the man to take on Shirijesh. If Shirijesh saves this, you would think that bronze is assured for India. If the Netherlands score, we've got a really exciting final 2.5 minutes. Mink van der Weerden, he's put it past Shirijesh, runs to get the ball, wants play to continue. Well, well, well. There's still life in this game.
Oh, he's beaten him completely this time. Again, doing the same what he did during the drag flick, showing on the right side and then just releasing it on the left. He has 40 seconds after you score the goal, so no rush. The clock would remain the same.
Mink van der Weerden with his second goal of the match. Rapinder Pal has a couple as well. Both of them the same way, penalty corner and a penalty stroke to their names. Well, the Netherlands, the crowd, look at the concentration on their faces. Some of them on their mobile phones just telling their friends what they're missing out on by not coming. We are in the final 2.5 minutes. The Netherlands need another goal to force a shootout. Mink van der Weerden down the left-hand side. Reverse stick, lifts it on the tomahawk dangerously. Saw Cedric de Souza demonstrating that in hockey basics during the tournament.
Well, the ball and his footwork was not matching. As a result, the ball was high. India needs to hold on to the ball position at this critical stage rather than rushing towards the attack every time.
Well, Danish Mustaberg cleverly just taking his time. The ball on the pitch. The Netherlands trying to give it to India to get on with it quickly. Manpreet bursting down the right will take it to the corner. He'll just look to run the clock down, and that's exactly what he's done. Netherlands trying to get the ball off him, just push it over the side. Only 1.5 minutes remaining for what would be a famous victory for India. This would be up there with one of the best. The world number 6 taking on the world number 2. Trailing 2-0 at half-time. What a second half we've had. Nerves on the side. Tushar Kundekar and Roland Altmans looking on, but emotionless faces. Over the top the ball goes to the baseline. Bovendert goes back to Verga, back to Bovendert. Stick coming through the legs from Rapinder Pal. He's done well. SV Sunil, well, he'll push it forward to Sardar. They've got the overlap. Sardar, though, cuts infield. Bakker just stops him momentarily. desperate challenge from Danish Mujtaba. Couldn't keep possession. Now it's Chinglan Sana who steals it from Sevi Van As. He feeds Akashdeep. Akashdeep has got a clean run at goal. He's got SV Sunderland at the back post. Looks to feed him, but again lifted it dangerously. There was no need for that, but it will run the clock down.
Absolutely no need. Look at the time he had. All the time in the world while approaching the circle. The ball was on his forehand side. Easily dragged it towards the baseline. He could have even wasted a bit of time, which is India is looking at.
Hertzberger's played a brilliant ball into the circle. Comes across. Did it clip the feet? It did. It's a penalty corner to the Netherlands. Well, all the Indian players had to do was concentrate. And Roland Altmans is fuming about something that happened at the far end of the pitch.
But no one else to blame for except that last move which resulted in turnover from Akashdeep. And this ball, even the stick was not the focus, the concentration as if the match is already finished. Still 5 seconds to go on the clock and the Dutch earn a penalty corner.
Their 5th of the match. 5 seconds remaining. They score this, we're into a shootout. They have the lethal Mink van der Weerden from a long line of Dutch drag flickers. Everybody forward for the Netherlands. Your own Hertzberger at the second back. They're changing the push-up. The crowd think it's over. The hooter is gone. Van den Horst to inject. Comes to Mink van der Weerden, sweeps it towards goal. He's put it in the back of the net. We're going into a shootout. Well, credit to the Netherlands. They look dead and buried, and somehow, just as India done, they fought their way back. India have no referral. Stunned faces around the International Hockey Stadium in Raipur.
Well, this time again, easily beating the Russians, Manpreet and Rupinder Pal, both rushing because they were playing with 2 castles, Hertzberger and another option they had. And again, the same drag, again, the same move from Mink van der Weerden. Now we know why he has been one of the best drag flickers who replaced Take Takema at one time, and there were questions raised, and he has proved so many times that he is one crucial man who can make all the difference.
Well, now it will be a real mental test for India. They thought they had that game. There's no reason why the Dutch are number 2 in the world, because they have that mental fortitude. Who would have thought that they could come back? 2-0 at half-time. 5 goals from India in the second half saw them leading by 5 goals to 3, and somehow the Netherlands managed to fight back and force a shootout. Unbelievable game in the bronze medal match. I said in commentary they should share it because it's going to be cruel for one team to lose this now. We're going to now take a look at some of the highlights. This was the opening goal for the Netherlands. It seems a lifetime ago. Verga played it across, wasn't cleared by India. Hertzberger played it back in, and Mirko Prisa just fired it past Sreejesh. That was in the 5th minute, so it was really early in the match. Then it was another good attack. Kellerman, who was lively throughout the night, played it down the right-hand side, got the return pass. His shot was played across the deep. Sreejesh didn't get a touch. Sevi Van As then played a clever pass to find Nick van der Schoot, and he just lifted it past Sreejesh. No Indian defender closing him down, and that was an easy finish, and it looked one-way traffic. Netherlands were well on top, and then a penalty corner, and it was swept towards the goal. Penalty stroke was awarded to India, but then on a referral it was taken away from them because it came off the back of SV Sunil's stick. Sardar, well, what an inspiration he was in the second half. So too Manpreet played the ball into the circle, and the desperation of Ramandeep gave India a lifeline. He lifted it over Perman Black. Then it was Sardar along the baseline, lifted it in Perman Black. The ball came out to the top of the circle. Desperation from Chinglan Sana, but he couldn't bring it under control. A penalty corner to India, and Rupinder Pal, who'd had a pretty bad night at the office, suddenly lifted his own confidence, and that's what it meant to him. And then it was desperation man again, Ramandeep running in as Danish Mustafa drove the ball into the deep. And that made it 2-3. India had the lead. Then Mink van der Weerden pulled it back to 3-all from a penalty corner. And you felt then it was headed for a shootout. But then a penalty stroke was awarded to India. Rupinder Pal stepped forward, swept it past Perman back, and it was 4-3 to India. Then a great break. SV Sunil, he had Akashdeep to the left, Sardar to the right. Eventually found Sardar. He lifted it past Perman Black, and Akashdeep finished it off. India had a 2-goal advantage at 5-3. And then Mink van der Weerden converted a penalty stroke at the far end of the pitch. 5-4. And with 5 seconds left on the clock, it was Mink van der Weerden again who swept the Netherlands level and into a shootout. What a game. 5 goals all. Netherlands 5, India 5.
When was the last time, Ashley? 10 goals in the semi-final match with 2 top teams performing and showing hockey. What else a crowd can even expect for?
Well, just to explain now, a shootout, each team nominates 5 players. They must go in the order written down for the first 5. It is the best of 5. And they have 8 seconds in which to score from the 23-metre line. Can't see where the clock is. Hopefully we'll have a clock on the screen which will give us those 8 seconds. Usually there's one behind the goal. There isn't tonight, and it looks like the Netherlands are going to go first. Billy Bakker taking the responsibility. Srijesh. So Bakker just waiting. I think we're still waiting for the umpires to take up their positions. Paul Walker is there. Billy Bakker's just taking the ball off the line. 8 seconds. So Bakker just waiting for the officials to blow the whistle. The longer the delay, the more nervous, although I have to say Billy Bakker looks incredibly calm out there. Srijesh now, though, has walked away from his goal, just thrown something behind the cage. What a game we've seen. It seems so cruel that it will be decided in a shootout. Now there's an issue, I think, with cameraman in the way. It's what I think the Netherlands players are complaining about, trying to bring you the best shots possible. Now we wait for the whistle. The whistle goes. Bakker goes straight down the middle. Srijesh comes out to the penalty spot. Bakker turns his back. Srijesh has done well shadowed, but Bakker spins, and it's 1-0 to the Netherlands. The hooter goes now.
Well, he's an experienced hand with more than 125 international caps. Billy Bakker. He realized Srijesh is covering the first post, and he has a lot of space available with that fake movement, making Srijesh commit himself on the right side and then just sweeping the ball in the next corner.
Danish Mustafa will be the first player for India. Whistle goes. Perman Black comes running out. Danish Mustafa hesitates. He doesn't turn his back. It looked as if there was a stick check, but he still managed to finish it. India are level, 1 apiece. Although I think there's going to be a referral.
So it's a stick obstruction. Okay.
Perman Black saying there was a stick obstruction.
Correct.
Again, both teams 1 referral in the shootout.
That's going to be very close. Yes, Danish Mustafa moving with the ball, showing that fake, but he kept the stick with the ball. Now it's going to be very close. He didn't protect the ball, but he kept the stick over the ball. From this angle, we'll see. There he is. Yes, he did try and show the stick from the goalkeeper.
Well, Andy Mayer, the video umpire, wants to take another look at this. I'm not so sure whether that is a block. He deliberately puts his stick there. We'll have to wait and see.
He played a smart trick there.
Hi, Adam.
Yes, Andy.
Yes, that is a stick block by the attacker, therefore no goal.
Okay.
So the goal does not stand Danish Mustaba. Good referral by Perman Black. I think he had to actually play the ball, Jagbir, and he didn't. He just put his stick there. So Jeroen Hertzberger is next up for the Netherlands. This to give them a 2-0 lead. Hertzberger calmly, like he's walking in the park, goes into the circle. Srijesh commits, Srijesh saves. And Hertzberger may refer this.
Tackle it, it's come behind you and it's obstructed. Yeah, well, it's on the game we're playing, right? No, but it's falling behind you. When he goes to play it, you're obstructing.
So he's claiming Hertzberger obstructed Srijesh. Netherlands decide not to refer. Jagbir, your take on this one?
Yes, the ball was between Hertzberger's legs, and before Srijesh, after that tackle, Srijesh said, look at it, the ball was behind Hertzberger, so Srijesh couldn't rush for that second tackle, which normally a goalkeeper is provided that space. There he is, first tackle, and before he could go for the second tackle, the ball, because between his legs and also behind Hertzberger, a clear obstruction.
Well, it is Amir who will step forward now for India. Srijesh keeping his team in the mix. Perman Black comes out, Amir, and Perman Black just takes it away with confidence. So India still yet to score.
Well, first and foremost, going so close to the goalkeeper, and the second important thing, leaving the stick away from the ball. He wasn't covering the ball. He wasn't sure whether he wanted to go to the right or the left side. As a result, so easy for the goalkeeper to just sweep the ball with his forehand side.
Next up for the Netherlands is the man who started it all tonight, Mirko Priese. Whistle goes, Priese goes slightly off to the right. Srijesh comes, Priese, good stick control. Srijesh though, brilliant stick control from him, sweeps the ball away. The Netherlands have missed.
Well, his experience with the Hockey India League, where he has been doing it, and also the Australian series, is helping Srijesh for sure. Look at the confidence he has. He's not committing himself, keeping himself on both the toes, keeping that balance, and also his stick stretched towards his right-hand side for any surprise move.
Oh, just a reminder though, the Netherlands still have a goal. Barindra Lakra looks up into the skies as if he wants some divine intervention. Lakra carries forward. It's been a big player for India in this tournament. Can he put them level? It's gone a long way wide. Still has time. Barindra Lakra has scored. The hooter hasn't gone. India are level.
Well, this man has an outstanding tournament so far. Twice committing, showing the fake on the right, and then dragging the ball on the left side, allowing the goalkeeper to commit himself once again, and this time keeping it far away from his reach, bringing the ball back. You need a lot of guts, a lot of confidence, and also the skills.
Well, I said he has ice running through his veins, Barindra Lakra. Sevi Van As, another great player for the Netherlands in this tournament. Contender for the young player. He goes forward. Srijesh comes out of the penalty spot again. Sevi Van As stops, goes to the right, lifts it over Srijesh. The Netherlands have the lead back. 2-1 in the shootout.
Well, this time looking at the goalkeeper, he was looking at Srijesh's movement. He didn't want to go towards the right where Srijesh is quite strong. He wanted to keep that distance away from Srijesh, not falling within his stick's reach.
Very intelligent play by Sevi Van As. Now it will be the captain of India, Sardar, to pull his team level again. 2-1 to the Netherlands at the moment. Sardar carries forward, no hurry on him. Pushes it past Perman Black. That is total class from Sardar. India level again. This is the last shot in the regulation best of 5 coming up next.
Well, a wonderful execution once again for Sardara. Dragging the goalkeeper on the left side, catching him on the wrong foot, and then rolling the ball between his legs. That's classic hockey.
Valentin Verga This to put the Netherlands 3-2 ahead and put the pressure on India that they will have to score from their next effort. Whistle goes, Berger again calmly goes forward. Srijesh come beyond the penalty spot. Berger backs into Srijesh. He's put it wide. Srijesh bounces up from the ground. Berger looks upwards. Is that going to be the end for the Netherlands?
Well, Srijesh is one of the rare goalkeepers who falls and then comes back on his feet so fast. This is a quality this goalkeeper has, and this is one reason why he's declared one of the best goalkeepers in the world and the best so far for India. Dragging the Berger away on the left side, a cute angle.
Well, it's the man of the moment, Manpreet Singh. He is the man who has to score, or we're going into sudden death. A picture of concentration, no nerves being shown by Manpreet. Perman Black surges out. Manpreet runs into the circle, backs into the keeper, spins, tries to lift it. Penalty stroke has been awarded. Perman Black, I think, is going to refer again. Let's have a listen. Well, the Netherlands got nothing to lose here.
At the same time, arrived at the ball. There's no tackle from my side.
Okay. My decision there is for the block from the body, Andy. So hence penalty stroke. He's saying just in the run-up play, they both hit the ball, contacted at the same time.
So Perman Black is saying he did not obstruct Manpreet. Your take, Jagbir.
Well, he took the ball on the right side, and before he could bring the ball on the left, there was a left hand being used by the goalkeeper. He wanted to block Manpreet. That was clear penalty stroke.
I have to say, it looks to me like there's the pad you're not allowed to touch, where he's put his arm around Manpreet. So, and he's hooked him there. Video umpire's got his decision.
Hi Adam, there is no clear reason to change your decision. Therefore, Holland lose the referral.
So the Netherlands lose their referral, but more importantly, India have a penalty stroke. Rupinder Pal has scored from one in the game. It's high fives all around from India. Rupinder Pal has the pressure of the whole stadium on his shoulders. This is for the bronze medal. Rupinder Pal versus Perman Black. Perman Black taking his time to put his helmet on. Adam Kearns telling him he's got to wait until the ball is played, that he moved too early in the match. It didn't matter because the ball went in. So the umpires will be watching carefully now. Rupinder Pal kisses his stick, goes into a crouch. Perman Black, can he keep India from bronze? No, he can't! Rupinder Pal! Well, who would have believed it, the game he had tonight, that he is going to be the hero. He sweeps home the penalty stroke, is engulfed with his players, as is Srijesh. India have won the shootout. More importantly, India have won the bronze medal. The Netherlands, dejected, go and shake hands with the umpires, but the crowd have gone wild here in Raipur, and who can blame them? It was a magnificent comeback, and somehow the Netherlands forced a shootout, but India kept their cool. They win the shootout 3-2, and this is a night to remember in Raipur. Wonderful scenes, Jagbir.
That's right, Ashley. This was a long-awaited moment in the history of Indian hockey, that a bronze medal at home, especially when the top 8 teams of the world are participating, defending champions Netherlands, trailing 2-0, and then coming back and fighting over with a lead of 2-5, and then finally making it through the shootout shows real guts, grit and determination by these men in blue. Hats off to the efforts by each and every individual, including the strategy and confidence of Roland Altman in the second half.
Well, lovely to see Roland Altman give Srijesh a big hug. Srijesh, the hero of the shootout, just as he was in the Asian Games. He is such a character, and him and Raghunath go to take the applause from the crowd. Look what it means to Srijesh. Such a happy chap and such a lovely man, and now we'll see his little moves, no doubt. Wonderful scenes here in Raipur. This is the goal that decided it. Rupinder Pal, penalty stroke. Perman Black tried to just log along the line and kick that away with his left leg, but was just too good. And that is a bronze medal in an international tournament for India. Ranked 6th in the world, they're going to finish 3rd in the Hero Hockey India League here in Raipur. Smiles all around. It's been a magnificent night's hockey, and we've still got the final to come. Who could believe it? Rupinder Pal ran straight across to Srijesh. The two heroes. It's been incredible. They really fought hard, did not win a single game until they got to the quarterfinals and outplayed Great Britain, who were the form team of the tournament, battled hard against Belgium and couldn't defeat them. But tonight, when they needed to win, they managed to pull something special out of the draw. Final score, well, it says 7-8, it was 5-all, and then it was, in the end, 3-2 in the shootout in favour of India. India victorious in the bronze medal match at the Hero Hockey World League 2015 in what will go down as an historic match and a truly memorable game. Anyone that was here tonight will remember it. Well, we're going to go pitch side now, where Simon Mason has the man of the match.
Thank you, Ashley. And yes, indeed, we are down on the pitch, and it is epic. We're here for the Hero Man of the Match presentation. We can't give out 16, we can't give out 80, but we can give one, and I'm delighted to be joined by the Indian number 7, Manpreet Singh, who is our Hero Man of the Match. He will collect the trophy and the cheque from Mohammed Mushtaq Ahmed, the Secretary General of Hockey India. Congratulations. Manpreet, if I can just ask you a couple of questions, quite simply. There's so many to ask, but can you put into words what that game means?
It was an outstanding match. Like, we are leading by 5-3, but end of the match we conceded the 2 goals. It was outstanding. Our team played very well, and Holland is also very well.
And how do the crowd impact on what you do? Is it like having an extra man?
Yeah, like the crowd is so support us. Like we have got a lot of motivation from the crowd. And when I was taking a shootout, all crowd, they are motivating me. Like, I was so proud of that time.
Well, it's one of the games of the tournament. Congratulations on your award. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Simon Mason, and congratulations to Manpreet Singh on the man of the match performance. There could have been so many players that won that Jagbir, but I think Manpreet's performance was the one that turned the game India's way.
Definitely, also the crucial time when he had to take the penalties during the shootout. The last one when it mattered the most, holding his nerves, keeping cool and just concentrating on what his aim is and finally achieving it. He has done it very wonderfully.
Well, we are now going to see the Indian players receive their bronze medals. They're still hugging each other and smiles on all their faces. Wonderful scenes. Raghunath and the young Talvinder, Danish Mustafa and Devinder Valmiki. Poor old Harjot, though, didn't get much time in the game, but hopefully he feels a part of the success. It's always difficult for the backup keeper.
That's right, Ashley. And also the discussion we had in between, Ashley, about the penalty corners that India was looking for.
His reach. Chances at both ends in this quarter. Just feel if India could get a goal before the final break, it would give us a great finish and the crowd would love it. Manpreet trying to play it in. Billy Backer's there. It is a goal, and it is Ramandeep who at full stretch throws himself at the ball and lifts it past Perman Black. India have a goal, they have a lifeline, and they have the crowd behind them.
But it all started from a marvellous interception there on the left side. First timer to Sardara, and Sardara just changing the direction of the game altogether from the left to right, and Manpreet with his typical style of changing the angle, this time looking for Ramandeep. The moment he received the ball, Amir releasing it immediately, and Sardar, look at him, just beating the entire defense, and Ranpreet with his special skills, looking at Ramandeep while he was running, and then Ramandeep with that slow pass before the goalkeeper could approach, just banging it in the net.
Well, that's what you feel India need in a bronze medal match, a little bit more desperation. And Ramandeep showing that desperation and getting the just reward for his efforts. Netherlands having squandered opportunity. Mickey, Barindra Lakra. Then the man who scored the winner, Rupinder Pal. He made a few mistakes in the game, but he scored a penalty stroke, a penalty corner, and then another penalty stroke in the shootout. Manpreet, man of the match. And the ever-smiling, ebullient Srijesh, the wall of India. And he will celebrate all night long. Wonderful to see. And all those young children will remember tonight. A memorable night, Jagbir.
That's right, Ashley. I could share a story when 30 years back when I played, and now when I come after so many years, people remember what we played. And now the Indian team, what they have showed, the promise which they have shown, the results which they have shown, I'm sure it'll take years for the people of Chhattisgarh to remember.
They pose for the photographs, having won third place here at the Hero Hockey World League. Great scenes here in Raipur. 18 heroes tonight. Hard to pick out one. And we should remember the Netherlands because they played their part in what was a truly amazing game. And one must feel for them. They forced the shootout and then ended up losing in the cruelest of ways. Sardar Singh gets a hug from Eleanor Norman, the CEO of Hockey India. Well, they don't want to leave the pitch, and who can blame them? SV Sunil, he comes from such humble background, used to play hockey with a piece of bamboo, and now he's won a medal for the national team. Wonderful story. There's so many of them within that team. And quite rightly posing for the photographers. Srijesh, centre stage as always with Manpreet. Akashdeep now joins in. Ramandeep too. Lovely scenes here. Smiles all around as the players finally make their way from the pitch. Take a look at the shootout. Billy Bakker was the first to go for the Netherlands, and he swept it past Srijesh to give the Netherlands a lead. Danish Mustaba went second. He got the ball in, but there was a referral, and he used the back of the... He actually did a stick block, and so his goal was discounted. Hertzberger came forward. He was then pinged by the referee for using his body to block Srijesh, so his goal didn't count. So it was still 1-0 to the Netherlands. Then Amir, well, he was just outclassed by Pyramid Black. Mirko Prisa was up next for the Netherlands. He took his time, went slightly to the right. Srijesh showed his class, stood up, swept it away. And that was still 1-0 to the Netherlands. Then Barindra Lakra looked as if he'd made a mistake, went wide, but still managed to sweep it past Pyramid Black. That was 1-1. And fourth was Sevi Van As. Class play from him. Swept Srijesh one way and lifted it over him. 2-1 to the Netherlands. Up stepped the captain of India, Sardar, and he showed his class, pulled Pyramid Black one way and then just fired it home, which meant that Valentin Verga had to score for the Netherlands, was unable to do so. He fired it into the board, but on the wrong side of the goal. So up stepped Manpreet. This was to win it for India. Pyramid Black was penalised for blocking Manpreet and a penalty stroke awarded. Pyramid Black referred it to the umpire. The decision went India's way, and Rupinder Pal swept home. And that was the match for India, and the celebrations began in Raipur. Well, 5-5 in the match in normal time. India victorious 3-2 in a shootout. And coming up now is the final, Australia versus Belgium. Let's hope it's just as exciting.
Australia are going for gold. Their opponents this evening are Belgium, the world number 7. Plenty of skipping throughout the week, plenty of celebrations and plenty of goals, but it all comes down to this. After 22 matches, it is Australia versus Belgium in the Hero Hockey World League Finals 2015. What a game we've just seen ahead of this one. This the final though, Australia versus Belgium, live from Raipur in India. Just ahead of this one then, India winning the bronze. It finished 5-5, the final score against the Netherlands. It went to a shootout, which India won, and here is how both of our finalists have made it through to the final. These the round stages, the first 3 games, Australia winning 1-0 against Belgium in that opening match. They then went down heavy to Great Britain, 5-2, but then bounced back in fine form, scoring 6 against Canada. So a quarter-final matchup against the Germans. That finished 4-1 in their favour, and then a slightly closer encounter against the Netherlands, 3-2, but they navigated them and make their way through to the final. As for Belgium, it was that 1-0 defeat in the opening game against Australia, the slimmest of margins, but they too getting some serious goals on the board against Canada, 7-2 in their second match before playing out a 3-3 draw against Great Britain. Their quarter-final, just the 1 goal in it, but Belgium coming out 2-1 against Argentina, and then they knocked out the hosts in their semi-final game, beating India by the slimmest of margins again, just 1 goal in it. Belgium 1, India 0. So here we are then, the final. 1,144 goals scored. At the very start of the tournament, there were 56 countries involved. But it all boils down to this, the final between Australia and Belgium, the 2 sides who met in the semi-final stages of the Hero Hockey World League Finals. That's on Belgium soil in Antwerp, and here they come now. What a setting, what an arena, and what an atmosphere. The International Hockey Stadium, Raipur. There is Mark Knowles, the Australian captain. Plenty of spectators, volunteers, the young children out there as well, who've been great throughout the tournament. Our VIP, in traditional fashion now, will meet both the captains ahead of this game. John Doman, Nathan Stagno, and Ramen Montes de Oca, our 2 umpires, and Mark Knowles just taking his place back. In time for the national anthems. Sing 'em loud, sing 'em proud. It's another final for Australia. We have got just 1 short presentation, and now the national anthems. Right then, it's business time. Australia versus Belgium. The two sides meet each other briefly ahead of this game. Let's take a look and have a look at the lineups for you. Tyler Lovell starts in goal this evening for Australia. Dwyer, Orchard, Turner, Dawson, Knowles, Goda, Zalewski, Deven, Govers and Kavanagh all in the starting 11 for coach Graham Reid. Australia, who have safely navigated their way through to yet another final. They played 5, won 4, lost 1. Just that one loss coming against Great Britain. 16 goals along the way for the Kookaburras, and their opponents this evening, the world number 7, Belgium, the Red Lions, with Vincent Van Asch in goal, Van Doren, who's had a storming tournament there, the number 4, John Doman, the captain, Van Orbel, Bockard, Stockbrooks, Briels, Denea, Guignard as well, number 22. Keep an eye out for him as Loipart and Bone. Tom Bone making his 200th appearance today in a Belgian shirt. That was the announcement just ahead of the tournament and ahead of the game, and Belgian players on their 23-metre line, set to go. The Australian side are buried over in the corner, in the far distance. Our two umpires, time to introduce those to you as well. Left of your picture, Amen Montes de Oca. He's on the right of your picture, and Nathan Stagno is on the left of your picture. So then, these two sides last met in the semi-final stages of the Hero Hockey World League. They also played each other in the pool game, both those results finishing 1-0. So not high-scoring affairs. There is the man that makes his 200 caps today. 2 goals in the tournament so far for Tom Bone. Kieran Govers set to go and starts for Australia. Australia, the world number 1. Also the 2014 world champions, in action here in the final of the Hero Hockey World League. It is Belgium to push back then, and playing from left to right, attacking the goal away to our right-hand side, which is guarded in this first quarter by Tyler Lovell. He starts in goal this evening for Australia. So as we said, these two sides who faced each other fairly regularly in the last couple of months. They often don't get to play each other, Australia and some of the European-based teams. But here they are in the final of yet another final. And Simon Mason watching this one alongside us as Zalewski picks up the ball, but it's still Belgian ball. Good evening, Simon.
Evening, Mike. And this is all about whether the Belgians can cope with the pure power of the Australians. It's the scramble play in midfield where the Australians will press the Belgians. But on their day, the Belgians have such a fluidity. It's precise, scalpel-like when they attack through the midfield. And they will cause the Australian defence problems if given the time to run.
Do well to follow the starter, which was a bronze medal game between the Netherlands and hosts India. It finished 5-5. It went to a shootout. India winning it by 3 goals to 2. That's the sort of standard and the benchmark that's been set today.
It was an absolutely outstanding match, not just because of the finish, but the Netherlands were 2-0 up and absolutely cruising. Everybody had pretty much written India off, and then all of a sudden, from nowhere, the coach Altman's at half-time talking to me said that he was going to change some things, and sure enough, he did. It was brilliant. I thought India had given it away, but they came back and won on that shootout.
First ball comes into the circle from Govers. He's asking for a long corner there.
Yeah, ball in. Govers just sees the pass, goes backhand, looking a bit for Glenn Turner in the middle of the circle. Dwyer had held out to the top.
Belgium coming forward through that left flank. That's a lovely crossfield ball on the 45-degree angle that finds Van Orbel. It's now picked up and tucked under the shoulder by Briels, who wins the free hit here. And Belgium, who played 5 in the tournament so far, they've won 3, lost 1 and drawn 1, scoring 13 goals along the way. Looking to open up their account here as Briels again tries to wriggle free. This is Guignard, the number 22.
Well, that build-up play was the fluidity of the Belgians I spoke about. It was a delightful slide pass across the pitch. But as soon as it was picked up, Van Orbel found Guignard first touch again to try and crash the ball into the circle. But it's that instinctive and immediate passing that's going to unlock a defence.
How many goals do you think we're going to see in this one? There hasn't been too many in the last 2 encounters, just 2 in fact. And when these two met earlier on in the tournament, they played in match 4. Jamie Dwyer scoring for Australia to break the deadlock there, but that finished 1-0, and it finished just 1-0 in the semi-final stages of this tournament when Knowles brings it down and plays in Orchard. It was Chris Sorello, incidentally, that got the winner there right at the death of that game.
Yeah, he did get the winner in that 1-0. However, there could have been 10 goals during the course of that. It was unbelievably good defence and goalkeeping.
Australia coming forward through Matt Goads. Don't think it had travelled the 5 metres.
So whilst the number of goals scored hasn't been that high, Mike, certainly both teams very able at fashioning chances. The Australians particularly, I mean, they've created 20 to 30 chances in a lot of games during the course of this competition. The Belgians the same, but it's from different positions. As I said, the Australians quite happy to swarm play. The Belgians will want to sit back, tease the Australians out of a deep defence, and then accelerate through the midfield channels.
Denayer plays the ball forward to Guignard. There's not too much space over there in the top left-hand corner as Zalewski comes out full stretch to deny any entrance along the baseline. Germans the short ball option. Stick skills from Guignard again, tries to find the left foot of Knowles. Kavanagh brings it out. This is Orchard forward, plays in Mitten, has Turner ahead of him.
Denayer doing well to mark Mitten down that right-hand side. Just denied him passage of play, got his shoulders in the right place, hips square to create a block rather than just letting your opponent brush past you. If you get sideways on and you get a left foot of your opponent goes past your shoulder line, then they can just accelerate and brush you out the way.
This is going to be Australia ball in the midfield. Zalewski keen to take the ball, takes the self-pass right into the flat stick of Denayer now. No high attackers. Charlier sets off to try and become the highest front runner for Denayer, but he had to just run with that one, and that wasn't ideal. Orchard. There's Swan. There's Dwyer leading out wide. Just to try and get past Leupart. Fancies his chances, but the jab tackle takes it across the baseline.
That was smart from Leupart. Jamie Dwyer's got so much guile. He can just nick a stick in and then pick a ball and knock it away from the defender. Leupart choosing to stay stood up, stay balanced, so that he can then get close to Dwyer to steal it as he tries to force the baseline pass.
Some predictions coming across the bottom of your screen if you want to make one of your own. All 4 there saying that it's going to go Australia's way. Why would you say are Australia? Not only because they're the number 1, obviously, and Belgium the number 7. Why would you say they've got the advantage and should really win this final?
Based on the outcomes they've created in the circle over the course of this competition, they've, as I said, they've created 20 or 30 opportunities in games against lesser opponents. And whilst the Belgians have had those 2 close results, it's not been because the Australians haven't created chances. And I feel that at some stage they're just due the opportunity or the technique means that they'll take those chances and score the number of goals that I've put down on my prediction.
4-1. Let's wait and see. There's still a long way to go in this game as that aerial ball comes in from the back. It was gathered cleanly by Leupart, who now plays in Truans. And again, just doing the simple thing and retaining possession. The aerial ball, again, coming forward, this time gathered by Hayward.
It's a great takedown as a player cuts right to left. Hayward's having to look at that ball coming across the pitch. The line isn't straight. He's accelerating to get in the line in front of, I think it was Dokier who was in front of him. Takes it absolutely clean on the blade of his stick. Real balance and hand-eye coordination.
No clear-cut shooting opportunities just yet if you're joining us. Australia 0, Belgium 0. Swan plays the ball to Deven.
I'd love to big up our commentary team, Mike, but if you look at those predictions for the last game, all 4 of us predicted the Netherlands would win. So that went out the window once India decided to find a class that we haven't seen over the course of this tournament and delivered a masterclass for about 15 minutes.
Yeah, sensational game. If you get a chance to watch it at any stage, I'm sure it's pretty easy to find on your computers. The semi-final here saw both sides exit, both India and the Netherlands, but they played the last game, the bronze medal game, like it was a final. 5-5 it finished.
Well, but it did show in that game the importance of mental ability, because for me, the Indians were 5-3 up, 4 minutes to go. It went back to 5-4 for a penalty corner that turned into a penalty stroke. That's fine. And even at that point, there was still some composure required. But with 25 seconds to go, Akashdeep, faced with a virtually open goal, decided to run towards the defenders, try and shoot himself, turned over possession, and the Netherlands attacked, countered, got a corner and scored. All he had to do was run back to the corner flag.
Now India, confirmation of their bronze medal in the tournament, winning the shootout by 3-2. Congratulations to them. Who's going to take home the gold and who's going to take home the silver? That's yet to be decided as Beale tries to wriggle free and make some space for himself. No advantage coming for that first challenge. Australia ball. Australian women, of course, in action. Also in the Hockey World League over in Argentina, in Rosario. They started their campaign off with a win yesterday as well. Good start for the Hockeyroos. 1-0 victory against China in Rosario. Georgina Morgan putting the Hockeyroos ahead, and they stayed ahead. As we look at the last encounters between these two sides, Australia have won 4 of the last 5. There's been 1 draw in there as well. Draw coming in the Hero Champions Trophy 2014. That was a high-scoring affair. 4-4 finished on that day.
So both teams quite capable of fashioning chances. Belgians will look for the fluidity between players such as Briels and Gunard. Jean-Jean Doman will police that midfield. He tends to play a slightly more reserved role until a channel opens up. He'll quite often pop up non-ball side of the pitch, so when the play comes down the right flank, he'll be floating on the left-hand side, looking for space, looking to not be marked and drive late through channels.
Lloyd Park, route 1 ball. 4 Australian defenders there, bringing it out to safety. Here's Wotherspoon that picks up. He's got support now with Mitten away to his right. Turner's got space on the left. Comes Mitten's way. Now the ball square. If he can just pull it back, no, aim toward the circle. And the ball on was Turner on the far post. Possibly not quite the angle to do it, though.
Well, unfortunately, I think the first pass came too late from Wotherspoon in the middle out to Mitten. You see on the 3-on-2. This pass is too late. It needed to go about 3 seconds earlier when he first got it. Then Mitten tries to pull it back. If the whole move had been, what, 2 seconds earlier, it would have been out to the right, across the goal, tapped in far post.
There is Graham Reid there, the head coach, on the other side of Zalewski. Zalewski keeping his tash from Movember. Even got one as well out there, competing for moustaches as Ockenden picks up. There's Turner, he's got Mitten again as the overlapping run. A bit more space here, into the circle again for Australia. Was there shoulder contact there? Yes, there was. Foul coming in on Wotherspoon. It's penalty corner number 1 of the evening, and it goes Australia's way.
Well, I think there might be a video referral because Manu Stockbrooks feels that he was shoved in the circle. Talk about Wotherspoon going for the ball as Mitten pulls it back.
Yes, the player number 15 from Belgium says he has been pushed on the back. I've seen his foot only. Yes, just down here. Yeah, you know.
So we're looking for a push inside the circle on the Belgian player.
Yeah, as this ball comes across from Mitten there, is that contact? Because it does hit Stockbrooks' back foot, but has he been pushed into the circle during the course of the build-up? Is that contact deemed to be a foul, or is that 2 players going shoulder to shoulder in a space? Look at what's been there. Is that going to be an actual foul? I don't think that's going to be a foul. I think the corner will be upheld.
Hi, Nathan.
Yeah, go ahead.
No reason to change the decision. The penalty corner, and Belgium lose the referral.
Okay.
Well, it's an early part of the game to lose the referral for Belgium. That might be costly later on. So Australia will get this penalty corner, our first of the game. See how they line up. They've got Dawson and Mitten side by side. Dawson with 2 goals in the tournament so far. Turner at the injection spot, and there the Belgian defence lining up to try and keep this one out. Australia to draw first blood then. There's their penalty corner conversion rate, 7 of 38 as Graham Reid watches anxiously on.
Inside. Okay.
There a look from behind the goal. Time on, penalty corner number 1. Comes out towards Dawson, slip this time, looking for the far post. The follow-up shot is saved by Vanash from Knowles, is hit in. Another penalty corner, stood tall and denied the Australians an opening goal here.
Well, out to the top, it's stopped clean. It's just a slip slap for Knowles, is looking to get the tip in, and then he follows it up. That's a great save from Vanash with his right glove. And then Stockbrooks again, unfortunately, fouls as the contact in the circle.
That initial ball in from Knowles, they were looking for a deflection around the P spot from Wotherspoon. Second bite of the cherry.
Well, the Belgian defence is only a 3-on-1. There's only 1 man to Vanash's right, and that's why there's space for Knowles.
Same setup at the top of the circle. comes Dawson's way again. This time he does flick it and flicks high and wide. It's over the crossbar, off target.
Well, Van Asch in goal had his hands up as if he thought he'd touched it. Comes out to the top, it's a flick up to the top left-hand corner. Doesn't get a touch, that's just smashed into the back fence. As a flicker, all you've done is you've pushed through too quickly. The right hand rotates, the ball lifts a fraction too far. Too much adrenaline.
As you'd expect on a night like tonight, the final of the Hero Hockey World League finals. It's been a long old process. We've had 56 countries involved. This is the fourth and final round, and this is the tip of the iceberg. Match 22 of the finals, and it sees Australia and Belgium both in action. Interception there from Knowles as Govers back in support, but the ball robbed off him by Tom Bone. Little push there and a foul as well committed by Belgium, committing Australian players forward. There's a little bobbly one towards the edge of the circle, and the umpire wanting this one retaken outside the circle.
And smart play from Belgium in the build-up. As they were coming over the halfway line, all three forwards led away to the baseline. That created the space that the midfield need to run through. If you lead back to the ball, you congest the entire midfield. No space to eliminate and drive through.
Belgium thrilled to bits to be in the final. Fifth at the Hockey World Cup in 2014, fifth at the European Championships this time round in 2015, and runners-up to Australia in round 3 of this tournament, qualifying for Rio, and Australia will be there as well. Stephen will pick up the ball here. He's got Kavanagh away to his left. He's got Beale in the midfield. Mistrap from Goders. This will allow counter-attack from Belgium. There's the space, the goon yard. Zaluski doing the legwork back. Just sloppy first touch there from Belgium. There was the opportunity.
There was the opportunity, and Gunnar, that's probably just about one of the first balls he's mistrapped all week. He's been truly outstanding. The athleticism when he picks and accelerates is a delight to watch.
Yeah, just took his eye off it for a second. Probably felt Zaluski breathing down his neck there as Swan now picks up the ball.
The other thing that complicates it for these players when they're trying to accelerate through midfield and they want to counter-attack particularly, is when the ball comes to them, they're not just trying to stop it. They're actually trying to get it and move forward, so their first touch is dynamic.
Govers, little handy ball under the shoulder, plays in Swan. Dwyer was there waiting on the far post. Zaluski also came sliding in rather late. He may have got a shove in the back, that's what took him to ground, but Dwyer was the closest to this.
Was indeed. The ball gets drilled in, and I think Stockbrooks is just denying Dwyer. He's pushing him away from goal. In fact, it's Denea. Clever defending just to protect a space and force your opponent out.
Yeah, probably hands-on. Almost a rugby handoff, that was. There's the exit route for Belgium now. Here is Denea with Dwyer in front of him, fronting up. Van Doren into the foot of Govers there, who lifted his foot into it. He has to be careful there.
Yeah, he just needs to be careful, and Stagno making sure he knows that Govers knows that Stagno's seen it.
Hasn't quite met up to the matching we were expecting. And no venom as yet in the game, and no clear-cut chances to bring you the first quarter drawing to an end. Australia 0, Belgium 0. Cousins.
Well, Cousins shaped up for the backhand. He saw Charlier high up near the penalty spot in front of him.
Might want to fire this one in quickly. Loipart does, and the deflection away. Beale did enough to put off Dokier. So no goals inside the first 15 minutes. It looks like it's going to be another close encounter between the Kookaburras and the Red Lions. Goalless after 15 minutes. And both sets of players will take a short 2-minute break at the end of the first quarter, and they're the scoreline. Australia 0, Belgium 0. Well, let's try and pull out a few highlights.
Well, from the start, looking up, long ball towards the circle, the Australian defence holding firm. It was a little bit too improvised from the Belgians. There was nothing real of any structure, and then the Australians could come back. This pass needed to go about 2 seconds ago. Mitten in the end had no angle and got closed down, had to try and win the corner. If there'd just been a little bit earlier execution, it would have gone into space.
Turner then on the peel here. He had Mitten in support, who again got into the circle. There was a foul there and a foot from Hendricks. So Witherspoon earning the penalty corner, and this was penalty corner number 1. Well, that was actually the second attempt that went over the bar, but it's none from 2 for Australia. Let's take a look at some of the other stats for you. Just the 3 shots in the first quarter, 4 circle entries for the Australians, and they've been dominating the possession there as well, 65% to 35%, and as we said, unable to convert from their 2 penalty corner chances. Just a few final words of advice coming in from the coaching staff there. How do we rate that first half, Simon?
Well, I think Belgium will be concerned by the amount of space that they seem to be, the Australians get down the right-hand side. In the replays, we saw Mitten consistently being able to drive that right-hand baseline. And you think Belgium are going to have to try and shut that off, maybe force the Australians back down their left, so the Belgian right. And when they get the ball, when they win it in a tackle, then they can start using Gunnar at right midfield to drive the spaces.
Charlier will restart and get us underway in the second quarter. 0-0 as things stand. And Belgium here attacking the goal away to the right-hand side. An interception early on, though, from Goetz. It played in Turner. Thinks about dropping it back to his teammate. Getting his feet round instead, though. Couldn't find the pass, couldn't connect up. And Knowles somehow gets it back there and scrambles it back towards the circle. Now it's Turner, helped on in towards Govers. Cross comes in, and it needed that important defensive touch. It's still not clear. Turner again puts it in, and still Australia come forward. It's Hayward this time, pumping it into the circle, finds the foot of Cousins. No exam. Oh, what a goal! Top right from Hayward. The advantage played by the umpire, and drills this one into the top right-hand corner. It is the 3rd goal of the tournament for Jeremy Hayward. It is Australia 1, Belgium 0.
Great umpiring, decision after decision, and an advantage allowed, and all of a sudden it comes off Gunnar's feet. In it comes. That is unstoppable. The goalkeepers looked at that. Sorry, Vincent Van Ash, don't worry, the net stopped it, because he was nowhere. That, he's swung, he's watched it, the body weight's gone right foot to left foot. What power.
Super goal, that. There's the reaction on the bench. Australia 1-0 up.
Sorry, Mike, they're delighted, because that's just one of those class goals that every now and again a player swings in the circle and middles it. There wasn't necessarily enough space. However, it was all because Arthur van Doren had got drawn out of the middle of defence to try and intercept. But out of shape, and then there was no cover in the middle of that Belgian circle.
First blood to Australia then. All coming there in the second quarter. And now the game is Belgium's to chase. Let's see if they step up their tempo and try and get the ball back in towards the circle. No penalty corners for them yet in the game. No real clear shots, no clear chances in the game either. Their confirmation of Hayward's goal on 16 minutes. That's the difference between the two sides. This is Gugnard trying to get past Goetz.
Well, and that's why a number of us suggested that Australia would win this, is because their conversion rate as the Belgians come into the circle. Foul in the end, stepping away. It was Gauthier who created the foul. But as I was saying, the Australians, it's their conversion rate. The number of times they get into the circle, and we see the ball coming in from the Belgians. Gauthier here with this bundle on that Swan, knocking him over and therefore giving away possession.
Well spotted. Ball deep back in Australian territory, brought out by Swan. Dawson calmly brings it down. There's the aerial ball forward towards Zaluski, who's under it. Gets the advantage. Australia get the ball. This is Orchard now. There's the space again on the right-hand side for Govers to accelerate into. First touch wasn't there. Sleepy time. There was acres of space there around the back. Had Govers got that first touch right. Here is Bone.
Well, that's a bit like Gunnar earlier on. We talked about him missing his touch, and it's because these players just make the assumption that they are going to stop it. Therefore, they don't worry about stopping it. They're trying to move forwards into space, change their line, do something extra with the ball, as opposed to the average hooker who's got, I just have to stop this.
Dawson straight down and to Gugnard. Not sure where that pass was going.
It looked like he was anticipating Florent Van Orbel was going to lead further into the circle, but yeah, miscommunication.
As always, the Australian goalkeepers rotating, and Andrew Charter in goal for the second quarter. Australia have conceded 7 goals from their 5 games. Heaviest of those defeats coming against Great Britain, 5 goals there, so they've only actually conceded 2 goals from the other 4 games. Zaluski sprays the ball out towards Mitten.
It's a right-hand side attack again, and you just, to me, you'd feel that the Belgian defence, midfield defence particularly, should just offset left. If you look at the number of times they're getting uncontested ball, the Australians up that right flank, change your line of defence. I appreciate it's a lot easier up here than it is when you're down at ground level looking at different angles, but it certainly feels they're going down that right-hand side more.
Quick peek at circle entries for Australia. As you highlighted there, 3 of those coming down the right-hand side, 1 through the middle and 2 down the left.
Well, to be honest, mate, I thought they'd had a number more circle entries than that. Felt like it was right side dominant, but...
Yeah, it certainly felt that way. Long corner. Going to be taken by Dawson down the left-hand channel. And the umpire wanted it taken from just that spot there. Orchard self-pass to get things going. Here's Mitten, again, who's got his stick on the ball early. There was a stick block there, says the umpire, covering the ball.
Yeah, as a player dribbles the ball, they're going to move their stick over the top of it left to right. But if as you move it left to right and you put the stick back onto the forehand position, if you then move the stick away from the ball, you're creating a block and you're going to get penalised. As you see there, that's the stick block as you go left to right over the top in front of Lloyd Park, unable to tackle.
No complaints coming from Mitten. This is Turner. Goat thinks about smacking that one in. It's all stick contact at the moment. Good initiative taken here by Australia. Zaluski tried to get it in, but it was some good cover tackling from Van Doren this time, who had his feet up in the air. He watched it every step of the way. This is some good defending.
Brilliant defending. You look at these players, they're trying to get off 1 foot, get 1 foot off the floor as Van Doren takes left foot into the air so that it doesn't give a point of contact to give away a corner.
All about getting the timing right, of course, there. But easily been sold the dummy. Lovely tuck in field this time from Troyens. Tracked back by Dwyer.
Well, and that's the sort of tracking back that the Australians are going to need to show if they are going to deny Belgium opportunity through the course of this game. The teams that haven't followed back have given up possession, given up ground in the middle of the pitch, and there's space for the Red Lions to run through.
Breels, tough corner to get out of. Let's see if he can find a way through. Dawson denies him any entry there. This is Kavanagh that brings it out towards Dwyer, just dumping the ball off himself there. And playing back in Kavanagh, soft turnover of possession from Orchard. Means Ockenden had to step forward, and Haywood there, the goal scorer, releases Turner. Turner now forward to Mitten. There's no other Aussie shirts in and around the circle, so Mitten's going to have to go himself here. Beale arriving late and cops one on the foot. Belgian ball.
That's incredibly fortunate for Belgium that Lloyd Park was there covering, because Van Doren gets his line completely wrong. Look, he's not gone in front of Mitten. He ends up chasing back. That's an absolutely all-or-nothing tackle.
Nice turn of pace from Dupin. Might keep going here. This is Bone, who's sunk back into the midfield role. I guess it's all about Belgium being patient here. It's only 1 goal that separates the 2 sides, and it's just about building up a sensible passage of play.
And what's important when you've got the ball for Belgium is that you're giving it to a player with an opportunity to do something, as opposed to you're giving it to him because you have no options. That's when you tend to just push ball into midfield, particularly as a back 4 player, and the Australians will swarm you, steal it back and counter.
Maybe a way through now for Belgium as they come forward through Denaire. Gets his eyes up early. And all stick, no hand, says the umpire. And then into the body. We must travel 5 metres. Here it comes out of that 23-metre attacking zone. Fairly even as far as possession goes, 50-50. With Australia dominating circle entries 10-2 in their favour, and they've slotted home just that 1 goal. Jeremy Haywood ripping one into the top right-hand corner on 16 minutes. 5 shots on target though in total for Australia. There's Weatherspoon that turns his man, now leaves the ball onto the backhand shot from Mitten, who takes the tomahawk. Again, it was some heavy defending from Van Doren, put his body on the line once again there.
Well, Van Doren, we saw in an earlier game, make the bravest defensive tackle on the penalty corner we've ever seen, and that's the same sort of thing we just saw in the circle. A defender who's prepared to step into the line of a shot.
There's the carry forward, and there's the ball right onto the flat stick of Matt Goads, who was in the right place there just to pick that one. This was the last attack for Australia.
Well, watch as it goes to backhand. Watch where Van Doren goes. He puts his left foot in towards Mitten, leads with his stick. Yes, he's getting his head out of the way, but it's incredibly brave and courageous tackling.
Still no way through for Belgium. The world number 7 here, trailing by a goal to nil. And will have their work cut out here. 1-0 it finished last time they met, the last 2 times they met, actually.
That kick, that looked like it was kicked on the counter.
Have a point. Here's a chance to level things up, though. It fell to Dokier, and that's the best chance of the half so far for Belgium.
As Dokier stepped into that tackle, you see it now, it just looked like he kicked it. Certainly looked like it to me in real time. All of a sudden, Kosins floats it down the middle. Dokier's returned. Should have done better there. That's where you should go, forehand and then tap in on your reverse. First touch, second touch. But in the end, he kicks it for possibly a second time.
Yeah, wrong sport. Ockenden. Now Goads just deep to the captain, Knowles. Swan to his right, even to his left. Long ball forward, jab tackle again comes in from Charlet, which takes it to air. It's brought down by Leupart. This is Denayer.
But if the Belgians consistently give a player such as Knowles space to look up and pick passes, they're just asking for trouble, because they don't even want 50-50 balls into the top of your D against the Australians. You want to deny it at source and make it go out to the flanks.
Charlier wrestling deep into the ground here. Bit of a nudge.
Yeah, just slightly. Charlier steps in. There's that impact.
Even on the overlapping run. Oh, lovely move. Onto the backhand. There's the cross. Looking for Govers, couldn't find him.
Well, that's a training ground exercise. Evans move right to left here. Watch how he does Troyans. Opens up, taps it round, in. Reverse stick across. Little bit of a bobble. Even that, though, I think Govers was on too narrow an angle. He'd led fractionally early to get across the defender.
Indeed, we won't mind watching that one again and again. Just under 4 minutes to go till the end of the half. Australia 1, Belgium 0. Australia going ahead through Jeremy Hayward. Open play goal coming on 16 minutes, right from the top of the circle. Screamed it into the top right-hand corner to give Australia the lead.
Turn from Doman, just recognising that there's players around him, and if you do that, if you can just get the ball to your right foot, roll your body behind it and get a nice wide base, you can literally resist the tackle, resist the impact in midfield.
The first tackle that the umpire wants here, brought back a bit further out, a bit wider, tougher angle to get in, of course. And that time it does go in Australia's favour.
Yeah, Hendricks kicking it. What I was going to say, however, for the Belgians, when they're in that offensive 23, they're attacking one attacker on 2 defenders. They need to take the ball into an area, draw the Australian defence in, and then recycle through midfield. Try and find their centre midfield, Jean-Jean Doman, to give a pivot to get to the other side.
He's Belgium. I think you were going for the Belgian accent there. Jean-Jean Doman. Didn't know you'd been taking French lessons.
Proves they definitely haven't.
Now some space for Australia. Kavanagh clips one in, looking for Zalewski. Again cleared up by Van Doren.
Van Doren clever, drawing Knowles in and then going for the overhead. Danea, however, two players running into a congested space, and that's why it's been given. But Monta suggesting that Danea probably shouldn't appeal quite as vociferously.
Bone carries the ball forward. Now Hayward does get back to it. Nothing says the umpire. Again, Hayward getting the better of his man, Zalewski. How do we assess this first half then? It's not quite had the firepower that we're expecting for this final.
No, it hasn't quite lit up. Those early opportunities that the Australians have created, particularly down the right-hand side, haven't come to anything, and it then gets a little bit individual. It's opened up a bit on the left, but apart from that one wonder goal, Australian chances have been limited.
Yeah, it's been the only real spice and fire in this Hero Hockey World League final.
The issue, I think, however, for the Belgian coach will be the lack of opportunities at the far end of the pitch. They've really not fashioned anything. The structure of the Australians have denied any real movement through the midfield channels I've spoken about.
Bill's just gone down here. Let's see if we can have a look back at this last chance. Govers was leading back towards it, and well, again, it was a bit of a nothing chance.
Yeah, it was. It's a bobbly ball. It's popped up, and all of a sudden there's nothing the Australians can really get a grip of in the circle.
Bill, in the meantime, back to his feet and back to business. The final few seconds of this first half. Well picked by Govers, who stepped forward there, read it well. Ball's going to have to come in fast if Belgium are going to get something. Govers does the cover tackle, and clean. He's gone down in the process too. So just the one goal to report in that first half. It went Australia's way. Jeremy Hayward scoring on 16 minutes as Govers just limps away from that tackle. A 10-minute break now for both sets of players. Chance to re-centre and refocus, but just the one goal. Not going to be quite enough, but what a goal it was from Jeremy Hayward. Screamer into the top right corner as he looked at the goal. Australia with their noses just in front here in this crucial Hero Hockey World League final. All the live action from the second half, of course, coming your way. Hopefully you can stick around and join us for that, because it is half a job done so far for Australia. That trophy just on the horizon. So there is your confirmation of the half-time score. It's the Kookaburras who lead by a goal to nil. Welcome back. Half-time here at the Hero Hockey World League final. It is the final between Australia and Belgium, and Australia lead by a 0-0 at the International Hockey Stadium in Raipur. Ahead of this, a bronze medal game between the Netherlands and India, and what a game it was. Here's some highlights for you of the shootout, because it finished 5-5. The Netherlands then going first in the shootout. Billy Bakker finding the backboards to make it 1-0 to the Netherlands. Mustafa then stepped up to level things up, but then it went to video referral, that one, and there was a stick block, so the goal was actually re-awarded, or taken back, I should say. So it was actually 1-0. Amir then stepped forward and saw his shot denied by Peerman Black. So very much advantage Netherlands at this stage, until Srijesh made that save, swept it away from Prisa. But India still had to do something special, and this man stepped up. Lakra slotting home underneath the goalkeeper's body to make it 1-1. That after 3 shootouts apiece. So then Sevi Van As kept his cool to make it 2-1 to the Netherlands. Pressure then on the shoulders of the captain, Sardar Singh, to make it 2-2. Valentin Verger opted to take the 5th shootout for the Netherlands, and this is what happened. No way through, shooting wide, and that meant that India had to score this one. Manpreet driving at the goalkeeper and forced the penalty shot there. A stroke awarded, despite the shot going wide there, for that challenge on Manpreet. That meant Rupinder scored this, and India won the bronze medal. Simple as that, and what a game it was, the game of the tournament. 5-5 after full time, India winning it 3-2 in the shootout. Half-time here in the final of the Hero Hockey World League final. Australia lead by 1-0. Their goal coming on 16 minutes through Hayward. We can take you through some of the highlights from the first half if you missed it. Second half on the way very shortly. Belgium with a chance to get one forward there, but the counter-attack thick and fast here from Australia. It was Orchard who released Weatherspoon. He had options right and left, opted to go for Mitten here on the right-hand side. Turner on the far post, pulls it back under his shoulder, and Loipart knocking it to safety and away from Ockenden. Turner again involved in the next move, and Mitten as well, as he looked to play the ball back to Weatherspoon. The foul coming in there was a foot inside the circle. That led to a penalty corner. 2 penalty corners in that first quarter for Australia, unable to find the target with either. That one going over the bar. But eventually, the chance did come about. Hayward here came forward yard by yard, and then just there lets it go. A ripple of the net over there in the top right-hand corner, and a goal he won't want to forget, giving Australia the lead here in the final. Mitten had a chance to get around the back as well there late on in the first half, playing the ball bang into the foot there of Beale. Australia able to enter the circle left, right and centre. Weatherspoon again involved in that shot, and Mitten saw his shot blocked by Van Doren. One glimmer of hope there at the end for Belgium. This the best of their chances. Kicked actually in the end, and Dokier there off target. This was Deven showing a little bit of individual skill there to try and tee up Govers for another deflection effort. Those the best of the chances in the first half. So just the 1 goal in it, 7 shots in total for Australia, 14 circle entries, and they've dominated possession 59% to 41%. 0 from 2 their penalty corner conversion rate. Should be able to head down pitch side now and join Simon Mason, who has the Australian head coach Graham Reid alongside him.
Graham, some good chances and a wonder goal. Are you happy with where your team is right now?
Yeah, look,
It's always good to be up on the scoreline. You know, that's always a positive in these sort of games. One of the biggest things we need to do is to hold the ball a little better. And, you know, we threw it away a little bit too much. Our defence has been really good, and we need to keep it that way.
It feels to us in the comms box there's a lot of space down the right-hand side, Mitten particularly getting around the back. Is that a tactic or just coincidence?
You'll have to wait and see. But no, look, you tend to play where they let you play, and yeah, we've had some success down there, so that's good.
Expecting the game to open up in the second half?
Yeah, look, it will. I mean, we're expecting them to throw everything at us, and we'll be matching it.
Good luck with that.
Thank you.
The Australian players back out onto the pitch, and we've got a change of commentary up in the commentary box. I'm Ashley Morrison, and joining me for the second half is the former national coach of India and coach of the Delhi Wave Riders, Cedric D'Souza. Well, Cedric, it was a quiet first half for both teams, but Australia creating most of the opportunities, and Belgium have got a tough ask.
Well, Belgium really has to close down much faster, and you know, there's getting too much space. They've got to step up into the game. Just too far behind.
Well, the players are back out there. John Doman, the captain of Belgium, says that he believes you must play every game with passion, and you can guarantee that he will do that in the second half.
Well, the other thing they got to do is also, you know, block out the right-hand side. Australia has been so strong along the right-hand side. They have to plug it up and keep a man, maybe keep it zonal. Don't go man-to-man, and just plug up that gap and don't get the free chances from on the baseline and the ball being played through the D.
Jamie Dwyer waits on the halfway line to get the third quarter underway. This is one trophy Australia has never won. Australia 1, Belgium 0. Jamie Dwyer pushes back. He's won an Olympic gold, so too has Mark Knowles. They just want to win the Hockey World League, and they would love to go to Rio and finish their careers with yet another gold medal. This will do them the world of good confidence-wise. They did concede 5 goals against Great Britain. First time they'd ever done that, but they bounced back well, Cedric.
Yeah, apart from that, also the fact is that they're really they're sticking to their guns. They're playing their true aggressive kind of play, not giving an inch to the opposition, and just going all cylinders, attack being their first form of defense, basically. Attack, attack, attack all the time, putting you under pressure.
Well, Denea makes a good break down the left-hand side. One hand on the stick. Swan gets there, gets a good touch. Although the free hit goes the way of the Belgians. Cossins has to take it outside of the dotted line, and he's chased by Swan, who's really annoying little defender if you're an attacking player. Belgium with plenty of numbers forward. The slap looking for the top of the circle. Goads, though, collects well for Australia. Gets 2 Belgian players round him, then just plays the ball forward to his cousin, Jamie Dwyer. Incredibly, the first time they ever played together was for the national team, both coming from Rockhampton in Queensland.
A lovely story, Ashley. Let's come back to that, but look at the shot which is played back by the Belgians to the defense. The Australians are just waiting back, and the slap hit has to be moved before you play it straight along the lines. You've got to move the ball and find the spaces.
A super pass by Goes to find Swan. He drills to the top of the circle. Jamie Dwyer had pulled out, and Govers was trying to get in at the far side. There was a touch, I believe, off. Actually, it went over the side. It didn't go over the baseline. So that's why Belgium being told to take it from the side. Launched forward, looking to bring the ball down to Stockbrooks. Zalewski has to go back to Kieran Govers. He loses possession. Carried forward by Belgium. Good run from Gunard, who's had a really good tournament for them. Now they spread it out onto the right-hand side. Stockbrooks, who was lively in the first game, just dispossessed by Orchard.
Well, actually, look at that movement by Belgium. They have the ball, they've got possession, they start carrying it. Australia is very quick in regrouping in defense. You've got to play that ball much faster.
Good teamwork between Zalewski and Simon Orchard. dispossess the Netherlands. Belgium. I'm still in the bronze medal mode.
That was
What
a
an
fantastic
incredible
match.
game.
Absolutely a humdinger, fantastic match to come back from 2 goals down and come back to 5-3 and then come 5-all in a shootout. Nothing better for a bronze medal match. More like a final, actually.
It was always going to be difficult for this game to match that, but this is for the gold medal and the silver medal. Australia leading by 1-0 at the moment. They came 4th last time around, as we see the ball slapped forward and Adokia rather unable to get on the end of it. Good steal by Gunnar, shoulder to shoulder with Dwyer, making his way through. That's a great pass. Reverse stick shot comes in. Good touch from Tyler Lovell. Well, he had to make that touch. And Jamie Dwyer was looking to lift the ball into the leg of the Dutch player, but it's still alive, driven across by De Pauw over the baseline, long corner to Belgium. They've played on really quickly. A lot of the Australian players had still got their backs to the corner.
A lovely run down the middle and a fantastic tomahawk hit, but Lovell catching his angle beautifully, staying strong and big, and ball deflects off his chest and goes wide.
Nathan Stagno saying that the player was definitely 5. He was more than 7 meters away. So Nathan Stagno showing his authority. Ball played out wide to Hendricks. Brought down well by him into the circle, looking for the foot, but Knowles far too clever to let that hit his foot.
Well, you know, they get back in defense so quickly. One puts pressure, one back into defense, and this, you know, it's like peeling an onion. One layer after the other. You've got to beat the Australians much quicker than that. If you're going to be slow at it, you're going to come a cropper against them.
A free hit to Australia. Simon Orchard just having to get the ball back to where the offence occurred and then jump out of the way as Knowles sweeps it out to Tim Deven. He gets it to Zalewski. Turner showed well at the top of the circle and has earned a long corner. Shane McLeod, the New Zealand coach who only took over a month ago as Jerome Dalmay retired from the national coaching position, was coaching Waterloo Ducks and had won the title with them in 2013 and 14. So was very familiar with the Belgian team. He actually got a fractured eye socket when he was playing, I was reading the other day, so Shane McLeod knows how tough the game is out there.
Well, he's been in charge with 6 matches so far. He's won 3, lost 1 and drawn 1 so far.
Not a bad start to his coaching career with the Red Lions. Was involved coaching the women's team. Zalewski looks to close down De Pauw. De Pauw, though, gets forward. Doman now sweeps it across to Truyens. Stolen away, Mitten. Wotherspoon. Turner's made a good run to the left-hand side, now receives the ball. Into the D he goes, looks for a foot. Was that on the foot? Umpires confer, and Australia are going to actually refer because they didn't get the decision they wanted. Looked a foot to me, Cedric.
Well, it was a great movement by Turner. He goes into the circle, spins, and puts the ball between, I think, Lopez's feet, and it's a penalty corner. For me, it's a penalty corner.
Obstruction, obstruction.
It's more an obstruction than a foot, you know, because he's covering him.
Obstruction. Yeah. Okay.
Well, it doesn't really actually matter because as long as there's an offence, it's a penalty corner.
Well, Wotherspoon plays his ball beautifully down the side. Picked up by Turner, pulls toward the left-hand side. Lopez keeping his stick low, puts the ball through his legs. He's obstructed and a penalty corner.
Here comes the decision from the video umpire, Andy Mayer.
Hi, Herman.
Andy?
Yes, that's a penalty corner, and Australia keep their referral.
Okay, obstruction. Obstruction.
So penalty corner, Australia, and they keep their referral. Can they stretch their lead? Had 2 opportunities in the first half and took one of them way, way over the crossbar. They are missing Chris Sorello, who's their most reliable drag flicker. Trent Mitten and Matthew Dawson weighed at the top of the D. Let's not forget Glenn Simpson as well. And Nick Budgeon, who's out injured. He's dropped down to the development squad after an operation on his foot. Wish him a speedy recovery. Comes to Dawson. Dawson sweeps. Dawson scores. 2-0 to Australia. Well, that will do the youngster the world of good. Look what it means to Graham Reid. This is a trophy Australia's never won. They want to win it.
But it's a good injection and brilliantly strapped. And Dawson flicks that ball. Panache doesn't get down fast enough. He's basically not falling off his hips. He has to be more aggressive towards the ball. And it just goes past his palm and into the top of the net.
Just clipping Van Ash. The celebration of Graham Reid and Andrew Charter on the side. That shows you just how much this game means. Top teams in the world all competing here in Raipur. So this is a title that means a great deal if you can lift it. The Netherlands won it 2 years ago. And Australia looking to have their name on the title. Simon Orchard picks up a green card for Australia. Well, Simon Orchard has a very interesting blog, Angles of Attitude. Well worth a read, where he discussed his anxiety problems and mental health issues. It's great to see him out there and also coming out in the open to discuss those. Australia hemmed into the corner. Belgium, though, need to get the ball. They're 2 goals down. Only 7 minutes remaining in this quarter. Here's the green card, Tom Bone, and Simon Orchard just... He was the 5 meters, was he?
I agree with you, Ashley. But you know what? Simon Orchard has already explained about himself. It's very important. He shows the courage and the conviction of a man who wants to be open about his problem. And that's fantastic. It's really incredible stuff.
It is indeed. Australia looking to attack again. Trent Mitten turns well. 2 defenders ahead of him. A whistle has gone. I'm not sure whether that was for Trent Mitten shielding the ball. Belgium thought they were able to play on, but the ball has to come back. Arthur Van Doren, short pass from him. Just feel there's getting a little bit of an edge down there, Cedric, on the pitch.
Well, the reason is because Australia haven't allowed Belgium any fluidity in their midfield build-up. They've just been so aggressive on the ball, committing people to the ball all the time, and not giving them any space.
This is promising, but a brilliant tackle from Beale to take the ball away from Stockbrooks. Daniel Beale is, to me, a man who's showing maturity beyond his years. He's really blossomed since he came into the Australian setup. Brilliant defensively, and also he's changed. He started out as an attacker, Cedric, and now he's very comfortable in that sort of midfield role.
Well, you know, you've got a couple of guys that are playing in the world today. You've got Jaspreet Kula, who started as a striker and now is playing a defender for India and playing really well for India. So, you know, it's good to see people who are being able to play complete hockey or total hockey in different positions.
Wotherspoon unable to bring it down. Now it's with John Doman. He will look to inspire his team, as he always does. At the moment, Australia are well on top. 2-0 to the good. Can Belgium find a way back? Carried forward by Felix Denayer. His pass, though, straight to Matthew Dawson. A nice deflection to Trent Mitten from Wotherspoon, but Mitten's got a lot to do, and the ball ricochets up off the stick into the face of Loic Leipart. Well, Leipart's got a green card. I think that's a bit harsh. Ball came up off his own foot into his face, but not quite sure what he got the green card for.
Actually, the thing is the fact that he didn't go for a tackle. He actually went for a body block, and that's why he got that green card.
Thanks for clearing that up for me, Cedric. Australia trying to find a way through and make the one-man advantage count. They will be patient. They will try and stretch Belgium. Knowles. Ockenden back out now to Hayward. Ockenden driving towards it. He comes to Mitten, fires it towards the goal. Should be a goal. It is. Well, I thought that went in. I thought that had gone over the line, but somehow Belgium kept that out. From our angle, it looked as if it crossed the line.
Well, Eddie O'Connor gets into the circle and plays the ball down. Trent Britton puts that ball down to Matt Goetz. Matt Goetz flips the ball over the goalkeeper. It goes almost on the line, and then it's saved by a lunging tackle by Bocard.
I think it was Stockbrooks who gets this touch. Brilliant save on the line by Stockbrooks. Will that make a difference to the game? And Ash was beaten, there's no doubt about that. Goads was turning in celebration, and somehow Stockbrooks kept that out. So just a little bit of a delay while they work out where the free hit was from. Kavanagh to Beale, back to Kavanagh. Now it's Swan, who was in great form getting forward the other night against the Netherlands. Deven to the baseline. Swept in, lifted up off the stick. Shot comes in. Wow. Trent Mitten hammered that. Well, a good advantage played by the umpires. The ball came up off the stick, Cedric.
Well, a beautiful transfer play from the left to the right-hand side, and a fantastic actual square cut by Trent Mitten, and ball goes just on the side netting. But the good thing about Australia was they shifted the play right from left to right-hand side and vice versa. Important thing was they transferred, changed the point of attack, and fired when they had the opportunity.
It was a brilliant strike. As you said, a great cut shot. Sadly for Australia, it was off target. It was Vincent Van Ash. Wow, that's Stockbrooks. How did he keep it out?
You know, in the air, it just looks like on the line in the air, and Stockbrooks lunges towards the ball and just touches the ball out.
Well, it's camera angles like that. You've got to give the cameraman some praise. Will be a card to Matt Goetz. Was involved a little bit of argy-bargy off the ball in the first half. In the second quarter, that wasn't picked up. Loic Leipart plays the ball out wide. Bocard, good pass from him. Into the D go Belgium, just nicked away from Troyens. Now it's Dwyer for Australia, surrounded by red shirts, tries to turn back the way he came. Forces a foul from Bocard.
Well, it's absolutely fantastic by Jamie Dwyer. He gets the ball pressured by three players, closing him down. He knows he's got the vision, he's got the skill, and then he just finds the foot and keeps possession. Doesn't lose possession.
Swan turns and plays it forward to Knowles. Knowles looking to feed Beale. Belgium almost winning possession in the midfield. Now they do have it through Charlier. Charlier's goal was the one that decided the semi-final against India. He'd love a goal now, just to give his team the chance to come back in this match. Super aerial pass. Lovell's come out a long way, and a penalty corner has been awarded for him encroaching. Seems a little bit strange that the keeper is not allowed to come out and try and kick, and Australia are going to refer, I think.
I don't think about the keeper, I think about the defender. I think the defender coming back for the ball, a great long ball right over the defense, picked up, and actually they've blown it against the keeper.
Yeah, well, the first penalty corner of the match for Belgium. Australia thought about referring that. It seems, and we know it's dangerous if a player comes into that space at the high ball, but you would think in the D a goalkeeper should be allowed to. But anyway, it is a chance for Belgium to even up the scores. Leipart and Cossins. Comes to Leipart, sweeps, good save. Follow-up goes wide. Follow-up coming from Troyens. Tyler Lovell earning his money under the bar.
Well, it's a good injection and a good flick by Leipart. Lovell sticks his left foot out, full body weight in front, and the ball goes for wide on the right-hand side. And Troyens tried to push that ball in, but he completely flops it, puts the ball out. No pressure on him, but Lovell doing a brilliant job.
Stolen again by Belgium. Danger for Australia. Lovell again comes out superbly to close down Cossins. Long corner to Belgium. This is a good spell of pressure from the Red Lions. Can they make it pay? Lifted over the top. Brought down now by Gaultier Bocard sweeps it towards goal. The deflection was off an Australian stick, so it'll be another long corner to Belgium. Must be taken directly opposite where the ball went out of play, along the baseline, swept out to the right-hand side. Hendricks just pushes it down the sideline. Now it comes to the top of the D. Troyens just didn't bring it under control the way he would have liked, and the attack breaks down.
Well, some good sustained pressure by Belgium, peppering the ball into the circle as much as possible to try and get the deflections into the goal or some penalty corners.
Well, it's a bad mistake by Bocard, and the ball comes through to Wotherspoon. Good defending, though, and it will be taken away by Loic Leipart. Good tackle from him as Wotherspoon was looking to move in on goal. Now it's the lively man, Gunard, who's had a brilliant tournament for Belgium. Just under pressure, though, from Zalewski, misses it. But then Swan slips and Beale cleans up behind him. Hooter goes for the end of the quarter. Australia have pulled a goal further ahead. They now go into the final break with a 2-goal advantage over Belgium. It's going to take a real special effort from Belgium to come back in this match. Score at the final break, Australia 2, Belgium 0. This is the first goal of the match from Jeremy Hayward. Maybe, Cedric, you can talk us through it.
Well, it's sustained pressure. He keeps persistently going towards the circle. The ball bounces off Cousins. He gets the ball, and then he flogs it right to the top corner of the net. Look at it coming in now. He gets the ball. He's pressured. There are a lot of red shirts inside the circle. A lot of red shirts, all blocking the line. But the ball bobs up very well for him on top of the circle, and bang! Right into the top corner, a bullet past Vanash, who had absolutely no chance.
Was a brilliant finish by Jeremy Hayward, who, again, this is his first tournament back since a shin injury, a fractured shin in Hobart. Take a look at the stats. Well, circle entry is still dominated by Australia. 17 with 11 shots. Circle entries 9 to Belgium and only 4 shots from them. Kieran Govers in shot. Well, Simon Orchard walks away, but Kieran Govers is having injections in his shoulder for every game at the moment. Apparently he had a bursa removed from his rotator cuff, and now there's a bit of calcification on the bone, and he's going to have an operation to remove that after this tournament. So he's in a lot of pain, but going through the pain barrier for his team. Final quarter about to get underway. Andrew Charter replaces Tyler Lovell under the bar for Australia. Australia 2, Belgium 0. Kieran Govers pushes back. Orchard comes out to Hayward. I just can't see Australia losing this match, Cedric. It might be a bit early to say that, but they just at the moment are dominating in all areas.
They're completely not giving Belgium any chances, not many openings. The only thing Belgium did right was in the last quarter just now, where they had a couple of chances, 4 days into the circle, but Australia were really down deep in the circle, low and strong, and not giving them an inch to shoot at goal.
Great run from Zalewski into the D. He goes. Oh, and a stick, I think, has caught someone in their head. Not sure who it was who caught that on there. Bocard, I think, is the man. We'll see what happens here. Oh, it's just a boot, actually. It was Zalewski's foot.
But Zalewski actually stretched out for that ball, which is going away from him, and on the follow-through of his foot, getting him on the head.
Coming across was Hayward again. Interesting, he wrote a piece on the Hockey Australia website saying that he was very down in the dumps while he was out injured and let his diet go a little bit. And of course, that's one of the hard things. We see them, these athletes out, and they're supremely fit, but it's when they're injured you don't realize what they go through.
Well, you know, I think what they do is they keep mentally very strong. Sometimes, you know, it's just a question of getting frustrated at times, and you put on a little bit of weight, but you bounce back so quickly because you're a top-class athlete.
It's 16. There's a bit of a mix-up between the two umpires. A strong blast on the whistle from Nathan Stagner. No doubt he knew what he wanted. Orchard into the foot of Tom Bone, ricochets to Zalewski. John Doman not happy because it came up onto him, but the free hit's further back.
Well, actually, I think John Doman has really not showed his true colors in this tournament. He really leads from the front, and he hasn't really controlled that midfield as he normally does. Peppering passes, pushing towards the circle, getting into the right places for tip-ins. He's just not there.
Was the player of the tournament in round 3 in Antwerp. You just wonder whether he was so dominant there that teams have done their homework and closed him down. Now Jamie Dwyer, was that off the foot? Jamie Dwyer keeps going. Plays it back now. Orchard, top of the D to Zalewski. He just slips, well, he was trying to slip the pass to the overlapping Kieran Govers. Now Belgium have got numbers if they move the ball quickly. Trying to play it forward, but Hayward, brilliant intercept from him as Florian Van Aubel was trying to play the ball forward for Gunard.
Well, on the break, you see Belgium moving along the same flank, all along the same side, and Australia putting pressure on the right-hand side. That's the key issue. They're not being able to transfer that ball because of the speed of the Australian defence.
Stockbrooks fires one on the angle, but it was cut out by Matt Goads, picked up by Briels. Briels, good pass, should be a shot from DePau, and it was well closed down again, but Jeremy Hayward. Shane McLeod can't believe it. The long corner has been taken, played in.
Well, a great ball, and look at Jeremy Hayward closing down and getting low, putting his stick on the reverse stick, and then just deflecting the ball wide. Good presence of mind and actually fearless.
Good spell of pressure by Belgium. To the baseline goes Alexander Hendricks. Tries to play it back. Mark Knowles missed it there, but he got the free decision. It went up off the stick and into the Belgian body. Mark Knowles, such an inspirational player. Briels trying to steal it away from Zalewski. The two 17s going head to head. Ockenden, Australia's player of the year. Such a genius on the ball.
Well, you look at the circle entries by Australia. There are 9 from the left, 3 from the centre, and 7 from the right-hand side. They've actually used the entire pitch and stretching the Belgian defence as much as possible to try and get those tip-in balls or deflections.
I think it's fair to say Australia have got better as the tournament's gone on, Cedric.
Well, they had one bad game against GB, or GB had a brilliant game against them on that day. But as they grew into the pools and they kept playing right through, they came really into their own against Germany, and then the semi-final against Netherlands, playing really a class game.
Mark Knowles said how important this tournament is. They don't get to play against European competition very often. Obviously, it's a long way for the European teams to travel. They play against, well, the Asian teams a great deal. So this tournament, massively important for Australia as they prepare for the Rio Olympics. Stolen by Belgium. They go on the attack again. Strong run through the middle from Denayer. Denayer goes to the front post. The ball comes to him now. Plays it across. Saved by Charter and cleared by Australia. Well, Belgium haven't given up the ghost yet. They're still in search of a goal, and as we saw in the previous game, once you get one, anything is possible.
Well, you know, they keep on putting the pressure on Australia, not giving the soft turnovers and trying to switch the game as much as possible. Move the ball much faster, because the Australians are really very quick in the defense. You look at this movement, the ball comes down to the baseline, he gets a second bite of the cherry, and what does Charter do? He just closes out the angle, but look at the Australians around Charter.
Here comes Mitten looking for a foot as he fired it back from the baseline, but again, Stockbrooks was there. Australia breaks so quickly, and as much as Belgium are looking for that one goal to give them a chance to get back in the match, Australia just as likely to catch them on the counter-attack. Another good steal from Zalewski, the man from Margaret River. Usually famous for its wine, but it should be famous for Aaron Zalewski, I reckon.
Well, he plays for Kalinga Lancers and is absolutely a fantastic centre midfielder who really controls play. This ball has risen dangerously into the circle and high, and that's a free hit for Australia.
You mentioned Kalinga Lancers, and last year it was One of the stats was when he went off the field for a break, that was when Kalinga conceded. That just showed how important he was.
But he's got so much of strength on the ball. He just drives through the midfield, and he has very good vision and gives fantastic final passes.
Turner with Beale outside him. Can Beale get into the D? Just pushes it forward to the baseline. Wotherspoon, good turn from him, goes along. It ricochets back. Belgium will clear. Hayward, though, strong challenge from him. But Belgium now come out. They've got a chance to counter-attack. There's a good run forward up the pitch, just slipping as he was passed. Swan, pacey as ever, just taking the ball away from Charlier. It's unfortunate for Belgium that DePauw slipped as he was making that pass to Charlier. Just didn't get the pace he wanted, and that gave Swan the chance to come back and cover. Halfway through the third quarter, still 2-0 to Australia. Okkanen surges into the top of the D. That hit a foot, penalty corner.
Well, a great run by Okkanen. He gets into the circle, and Hendricks skips his stick wide abroad, six legs wide open, and onto the foot. You've got to protect your feet in the circle as much as possible, or if you cannot tackle, channel him to a forward man who's double teaming with you. But Okkanen's strength on the ball and pushing towards the circle earned in the penalty corner for Australia.
Oh, this is a good chance for Australia. Hayward is at the first battery. He'll be looking to add to his one field goal in the first quarter. Mitten waits at the second. It will be Turner to inject. Crowd goes quiet. Ball comes to Hayward. It's not controlled by Wotherspoon. Short pass to Okkanen. Wotherspoon on the reverse. Wotherspoon, what a finish! Although it's not going to be allowed. I think there was a foot, he's saying. I can't see why that was disallowed. Can you, Cedric?
Well, I don't know why, because I think the ball came out of the circle, okay, and was fired. It's for me, it looks like a goal. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, the ball must come out of the circle twice, doesn't it? Or is it the once?
It has to come out of the circle twice, only if it's a direct shot. If it goes high into the net, then it has to come out of the circle twice. If it goes along the boards, it win a goal. But it went high into the net, that's why it was not given.
Yeah, so the ball didn't come out of the circle twice. That's the reason. Wotherspoon able to smile about it. It was a wonderful finish. I'm sure it'll be in his show reel, even if it isn't a goal. Super turn from Mitten again, one-handed, playing it towards the goal, but cleaned up at the back by Bocard. Manages to feed Leipart. Leipart closed down now by Wotherspoon, just flicks the ball forward to Tom Bone, who managed to just flick it infield to Dokia. Still with Belgium, Australia applying pressure. We're approaching the final 5 minutes. Australia heading for gold medals at the moment. Missed trap at the top of the D. Then it's played back, goes in the D and on the reverse. It has to be that it didn't go out of the circle twice.
Or the ball had to go 5 meters outside the circle.
Okay, we will find out no doubt after the game from Germain Montes de Oca. Belgium with a chance, shot at the top of the D. Charter, though, able to stop it as Swan took most of the venom out of it from Sebastian Dokia. And now he's hit the turf.
Well, the ball is hit, and look at Swan. Swan comes in hard and low as much as possible, not giving the chance, closing out the angle very hard, very quickly. And I think he twists his foot.
He's limping off now. It was nice, though. Sebastian Dokia went straight up to Swan as he was on the ground and apologised.
Well, actually, there was no actual contact with the stick. It was actually his ankle got twisted.
Graham Reid watching on with great intent. Almost 5 minutes remaining. Still plenty of time for goals in hockey. Leipart will come back to Van Doren, who's been rock solid at the back for Belgium throughout this tournament. Swept forward. Mitten picks up. Turner makes a burst forward. Brilliant steal Swept forward again, Tom Bone. Bone into the D, plays it into the foot. Tim Deven, penalty corner. Belgium have also pulled their goalkeeper. So with 5 minutes remaining, they have 11 outfield players.
That was a soft foul. Look at Tom going down the line. He just spins, and Devon isn't covering his feet strong enough. He's got to stick way up in the air, not low enough. The ball just played into his legs, and a soft foul and a penalty corner for Belgium.
Well, it'll be interesting if Belgium score from this, whether they still remain with the 11 outfield players and leave the goalkeeper on the side. The good news for them is they have Tom Bone on the pitch for this one. So it's Leipart and Tom Bone waiting at the top of the circle. Tom Bone goes to the second battery. Leipart sweeps, goes straight into Trent Mitten. Looked a bit high to me. Belgium, of course, lost their referral in the first half, so they can't appeal that one.
Well, that ball is flicked very hard and high into the body of Trent Mitten, above the stick, you know, the knee level, and that's a dangerous play and a foul for Australia.
We're in the last 4.5 minutes. Govers pushes the ball forward. This was a little bit misdirected. Van Doren cleans up at the back. Free hit goes Govers' way. Simon Orchard has received a yellow card. He's got almost the full quota. He will play no further part in the match. Australia down to 10 men now for the remaining 4 minutes. Graham Reid will not relax until he hears that final hooter. Okay, another trophy for Australia, another win for Graham Reid as coach. He was appointed in September 2014 to lead the Kookaburras to the Rio Olympics. It's been a work in progress. Belgium with a little bit of space along the baseline. Fired across. Brilliant intercept again by Mark Knowles. So solid at the back for Australia.
And Mark Knowles actually really takes the direct ball. He's just always in line, stick down and hard and true, and his experience uses it to the maximum to save Australia blushes.
Ball comes out to Van Doren to the baseline. He slips it. A little bit of space created, trying to work the way there, but Beale was there, and then Knowles helps out for Australia. Kavanagh was looking to launch an aerial pass away from the danger zone, but too many Belgian players there. Now it's Goads, takes it into the corner, sweeps it out to Beale. They've made about 2 or 3 feet along the side, and then eventually came off Van Doren, and it will be an Australian ball. Knowles launches an aerial pass. There's nobody really forward for Australia. It takes one bounce and goes out of play. Belgium carry forward with their kicking fullback. Look to sweep it towards the D. Shane McLeod watching on. He may be disappointed with the performance tonight, but he's tweaking a few things, is what John Doman said. Just changing a few little things from Jerome Dalmay's range. And also he wanted his team, which is a very young team, to play in front of the crowds in India. Strong run coming forward from Briels. He's not given up yet. Another long corner to Belgium. Still got time for 2 goals, as we saw the Netherlands scoring in the very final seconds. 5 seconds on the clock. They got an equaliser. Briels inside the D. Briels shoots. Well, it was off, I think, Charter, or was it Swan's stick first? Charter came out and closed it down. A long corner taken from the wrong position.
Well, a good transfer play down the line, and Beals gets that ball and fires, but Charter's on his angle and just passes the ball with his chest and out of safety.
Well, the long corner's been taken and was lifted dangerously into the circle.
Well, actually, Jeremy Hayward has played a fantastic match for Australia. He's played absolutely not a single any wrong thing in defense. He's actually been strong. He's scored goals, and you know, both the goals Australia has scored have come from defenders.
Well, that's the thing with Australia. They can score from all over the pitch. They've had 8 scorers in the competition. and multiple scorers. Hayward's got 4, Beale's got 3, Dwyer 2, Dawson's got 3, Goads 2, Wotherspoon 2. We're in the final 30 seconds. Australia have got one hand on the trophy. They will be the champions of the Hero Hockey World League. Belgium is putting up a valiant fight, but it's going to finish the way it did in Belgium. Australia victorious. Van Doren plays it out wide. Jamie Dwyer forces them back, comes to Gunard. Gunard sweeps towards the goal. Penalty corner. Time for a consolation with possibly the last play of the match.
Well, that ball actually is being transferred so beautifully by the Belgian team. They're moving the ball from left to right. They get the ball to the center and crash the ball into the circle and a foot. This should be done. You know, they're doing it in the last couple of seconds. I wish they'd done that in the entire match. But Australia, to their credit, has not given them an inch to do this.
Well, Graham Reid will want his team to close out this penalty corner. Nothing better than seeing a clean sheet on the scoreboard at the end of a match. Leipart is forward, so too is Hendricks for Belgium. Hendricks, who gave up football after just 3 training sessions and opted to play football, hockey instead. So Nathan Stagno saying there's 12 seconds left on the clock. If the hoot it goes, play it on. Well, that is interesting. Comes out, Hendricks sweeps, hits the first runner, which is Goads. It was low off his foot, so it will be a retake. But there's only 4 seconds left on the clock now.
Well, this ball is played hard into the second castle, which is the second battery, as we say, and the ball is flicked hard. But Goads coming out well, gets on his foot, and a re-penalty corner for Belgium.
Well, all the forwards shaking hands on the halfway line for Australia, and it's Nathan Stagno, very good advice. He's going, the hoot is gone, guys, just be careful, because obviously they could switch off the Australian defence knowing the game has been won by them, but they need to concentrate. Penalty corners can be extremely dangerous. Leipart waits. It goes with Hendricks again. Hendricks sweeps, Charter saves, and they have scored. So it is a goal, a consolation goal, scored by Gunard. But Australia are the Hero Hockey World League champions for 2015. Comprehensive display from them in the final. Jeremy Hayward opened the scoring in the 16th minute, and Matthew Dawson scored a screamer from a penalty corner to make it 2-0. And in the final seconds, the hooter had gone. Simon Gunard, who's been great for Belgium in this tournament, he got what he deserved, a consolation goal for Belgium. But it is Australia who will lift the trophy. Handshakes all around, smiles from the Australian players. They bounced back well from their defeat against Great Britain. That really made them look at themselves hard and know how much work they had to do. Few young players in the team. Shane McLeod comes out to shake hands with the opposition players. Graham Reid does the same. Australia are the champions. The final score, Australia 2, Belgium 1. This was the final play of the match, saved by Charter. The rebound came to Simon Gunard, and from the narrowest of angles, he managed to squeeze it past Charter, who was just trying to readjust. As he came across his goal, he tried to narrow the angle, but good play by Gunard, who just lifted it over Charter as he tried to smother the shot. In fact, almost looked like it clipped Charter's helmet.
The important thing is, you know, he didn't wait. If he had held his stick down, he would have been closed down quickly by Charter or the defender. He just flicked the ball quickly over Charter into an open net.
Well, the Australians shaking hands and hugging the support staff. The headband has come off Jamie Dwyer. Good win and another trophy for this team, ranked #1 in the world. Graham Reid finally smiles. Wonderful display by Australia. Well, 2 keepers shared the duties. Lovell and Charter both did their jobs. Daniel Beale, good tournament from him. is really becoming one of the most rock-solid players for Australia.
Well, I think apart from Daniel Beale, you've got Matthew Dawson, Jeremy Hayward, Timmy Devon, who have had a fantastic tournament for defence for them, really well, and marshalled beautifully by the captain cool, Mark Knowles. But the important thing for me is they've told the world why they're #1 in the world. And they've showed total, complete hockey, showing the depth in both attack and in defence. Great, great movement by Australia.
We take a look at some of the stats now, Cedric. Well, the possession was even, so you would have maybe thought that the game would have been more even than it really was. 17 circle entries with 13 shots from Belgium, 24 and 11. So Belgium actually had more shots.
Well, they may have had more shots at goal, but the most important thing was Australia were more dangerous in the circle. They got their 2 goals from 11 shots, whereas Belgium just got 1 goal from 13 shots.
Well, Australia were victorious. They took advantage of their circle entries, and they were they were good at the penalty corners, as were Belgium. We're going to go pitch side now, though, where Simon Mason has the man of the match.
Ashley, thank you very much. Yes, indeed, we are pitch side at the end of an epic final to present the hero man of the match. And I'm delighted to be joined by Australian number 32, Jeremy Hayward, who is our man of the match. And he will receive his trophy and a cheque for 25,000 rupees from Matavan Devadas, our tournament director. Jeremy, if I may have a word. A dominant performance through the tournament and this evening, a pleasing way to end.
I don't think it was dominant. I mean, they're all tough teams here, but Belgium put up a good fight, and yeah, we're happy to get away with the win.
Yeah, so they did push you quite close. What were the outcomes, like the positives to take forward looking towards next year?
The positives, I mean, we kept working. We went in the pool rounds. We lost to Great Britain, so we did well to fight back from that and win the tournament.
Well, congratulations on your award. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, mate.
So as Jeremy...
What a great comeback for Jeremy Hayward. 6 months out of the game after fracturing his shin earlier in the year. He scored the opening goal. Matthew Dawson got a second, and Simon Gounard scored a consolation in the very last minute. Final score, Australia 2, Belgium 1. Australia are the champions of the Hero Hockey World League 2015. See the players doing their lap of honour at the moment. Just another thing, Jeremy Hayward, well, it was his mother, Ellie, who encouraged him to play, so it's probably only fair we give her a nod of appreciation, Cedric. Parents often so forgotten by the players.
Well, you know, you got to thank your parents for, first of all, coming to the world, and then, you know, if she's brought him into hockey, it's great because he's really shown his parents what a great player he is.
Well, the Australians enjoying the applause from the fans that stayed to watch this final. A lot of them were so in shock at India's comeback and winning the bronze medal, but it's great that they stayed to watch another big game in one of the biggest tournaments in the world with all the best teams. So the players just congregating, waiting to collect their medals, and we will start the presentation ceremony fairly soon. Do you think, though, Cedric, that there's no doubt Australia probably deserved to win this title?
Well, the most important thing was Australia kept their aggression and dictated the pace right through, even when they lost to GB. Another thing was they pressured you and closed down every single team they played against. And their powerful and strong carrying of the ball and direct running to the goal was incredible. And last but not least, they exploited space on turnovers, and Jeremy Hayward, fantastic from PCs.
Certainly was. Encouraging signs. Australia trying a few young players. Dylan Wotherspoon, of course, came in very late because Blake Govers was injured in the Test series against India, and then Simon Orchard was a late replacement for Jake Wetton, who had a quadricep injury, and we obviously wish both those players a speedy recovery. So it was a bit of a reshuffle for Australia right at the last minute, preparing for the tournament. Anyway, we're going down pitch side again to Simon Mason.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now start the individual awards ceremony for this Hero Hockey World League Final 2015 here in Raipur. The first individual awards come up because it's the best of the best, the players who performed the best, made their mark on the world stage. And that first individual award that we have this evening is the award for the NTPC Fans' Choice of the tournament. That's going to be presented by Mr. S.N. Ganguly, the Regional Executive Director from NTPC. And it will come as no surprise to those of you watching at home that the award for the NTPC Fans' Choice goes to the Wall of India, Mr. P.R. Srijesh. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a big round of applause for P.R. Srijesh. The second award for this evening goes to the SECL Goalkeeper of the Tournament. This will be presented by Mr. O.M. Prakesh, Chairman of SECL. And the award for the best goalkeeper goes to Jaap Stockman from the Netherlands. Ladies and gentlemen here in the stadium, a big round of applause, please, for Jaap Stockman. Our third award of the evening is the NMDC Junior Player of the Tournament. That will be presented by Mr. Narendra Katari, Chairman of NMDC Limited. And our award for the best junior player goes to Arthur van Doren from Belgium. Ladies and gentlemen in the stadium, please, a big round of applause for Arthur van Doren, young player of the tournament. Our penultimate award this evening, the individual awards, goes to the hero top goal scorer of the tournament. This will be presented by Matavan Devadas, our tournament director. And for those of you at home and those in the stadium who've watched any of the games, it will come as no surprise that our hero top goal scorer goes to Gonzalo Piat from Argentina. Ladies and gentlemen in the stadium, please, a round of applause for Gonzalo Piat, our hero top goal scorer. Thank you, Gonzalo. And our final award of the evening. Please stay with us, Matavan, because you will be presenting our hero player of the tournament, a man who has graced the stage at many international competitions. It will come as absolutely no surprise that the best player of this Hero Hockey World League Final 2015 is Mr. Jamie Dwyer. Jamie, if I can just drag you for a minute, excuse me, Matavan. Congratulations on yet another award. You and I have spoken many times, and you must have a cupboard full at home, but how do you keep your motivation at this level? Such a fantastic set of performances.
Yeah, I think for me personally, I just want to keep playing and keep enjoying the game. It's been a great year for us Kookaburras this year, and I've got a great bunch of guys over there, and to go train with them every day, it's very challenging, but very fun at the same time.
And whilst you're a talisman for the team, Graham Reid rotated a few players in and out of this tournament. How important is that depth of squad?
Yeah, I think it's very important. It's something that we have done for a long time now. We've got 30 players probably that can come in and do the job that we did today. So that creates a great environment at training at home. So we're going to go home and keep challenging ourselves and keep working hard to hopefully have success next year.
And in the press conference at the beginning of the tournament, your captain spoke about the winning habit and the importance. So this gold medal today, a step on the road towards Rio, maybe next summer?
Yeah, definitely. We got challenged this tournament. We didn't play too good against GB. And then, we played a very tough game against Germany in the quarterfinal. Then Holland, obviously a world-class team as well. And today Belgium threw everything at us. So we're quite happy with our results, but we still need to keep learning and keep improving.
And this environment here in India with the crowd that comes out, something you enjoy?
Yeah, I love it. I'd like to thank all my Indian fans very much. It's been my last time that I play for the green and gold for Australia in front of you. So thank you for your support always. I've try and keep in contact with a lot of you on social media, but sometimes it's impossible. But thank you very much.
Jamie, congratulations on your award and your performances. They're an inspiration to many. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
So Jamie Dwyer collects his award, and we're now in a position to throw across to another member of our presentation team to look at the end of this tournament. Mike Absalom is over towards the stage.
Thank you very much, Simon. This is the moment we've all been waiting for then, the medal presentation for the winners of the Hero Hockey World League, the champions of 2015. Joining me here for the medal ceremony is Dr. Raman Singh, who is the Honourable Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh. If we could invite the members of Australia, the squad, if they would like to come forward and collect their winners' medals. And I think here, Raipur, you will join us in congratulating this year's winners. Let's hear it for Australia!
Well, the Australian players making their forward now to collect their gold medals. Andrew Charter was the first through. Tyler Lovell, one of the others who shared the goalkeeping duties. Glenn Turner will be pleased to have got through the tournament, having torn his bicep muscle off his arm a while ago. Matt Goads, always a key player. Aaron Zalewski in midfield, as Cedric D'Souza said, so lively. Eddie Ockenden was really on fire in this tournament. Matthew Dawson, a name to remember, scored in the final with his penalty corner. So too Jeremy Hayward. Kieran Govers, well, he's going back under the knife after this tournament to sort out that shoulder problem, having played with injections throughout the tournament. Mark Knowles, well, what can you say about Mark Knowles, the current FIH Player of the Year? We'll go back to Mike Absalom, pitch side.
Thanks very much, Ashley. Now it is the moment that you've all been waiting for. Mark, if we can ask you to step forward again, and Chief Minister, if you wouldn't mind presenting Mark and Australia with this year's trophy. Let's hear it for the Hero Hockey World League Champions 2015, Australia!
Australia posing for the photographs as the fireworks go off behind them. This is a trophy, as I said, they've never won it before, and it's very important to them to take out every trophy in the world that there is. There will be a few competitions before the Rio Olympics, but that's the goal for Australia and for every team that took part in this tournament. All these players will be hoping they'll be on the plane to Rio, but there's 9 months to go. As we all know, sometimes there can be injuries and sometimes there can be selections go against you. We hope you've enjoyed all of the hockey from Raipur. From me, Ashley Morrisman, Cedric D'Souza, Michael Absalom, Simon Mason and Jagbir Singh, we wish you all a very good evening.
Thank you, sir. There it is. Well played.
So, those photographers are there not now.